Turn on the mic. Good morning. Welcome to Resources. I'm going to open the exec session on HB 1603FN, requiring state agencies to provide current and verifiable evidence of a species presence before imposing any land use restriction related to that species habitat. I believe, Representative Davis, you have a motion? Oh, Tanya. Representative Donnelly, you have a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to ought to pass for HB 1603.
And do I have a second on that? Oh. Seconded by Representative Tremblay. Do you have a subsequent motion?
I'd like to have a motion to pass the following amendment of 2026-0518H.
Do we have a second on that? Representative Tremblay?
Yes.
We have a second. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I would like to say that the prime sponsor has worked very diligently with the Department of Environmental Services, Fish and Game, and the New Hampshire Timber Owners Association and the Farm Bureau. In addition to her constituents, she would like to see that this particular balanced amendment be addressed with the concerns that were raised by all parties. I think this is an opportunity for, I think, a good compromise for all these different organizations and people coming together to help with this specific property rights issue and balancing with making sure that we are helping our endangered species of animals and plants out there so that they're not being endangered. And I think there's an opportunity specifically here for the property owners to be educated and making sure that there's this balance where they are on the property when officials are coming to that particular site. They can actually see that what they're seeing, and the education happens with the individual property owners with that site. So that's my reasoning.
Thank you. Does a second wish to speak?
No, I do not. I think she's covered it quite clearly.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wonder, we received sort of late correspondence from Fish and Game about this amendment, and I was wondering if there was someone from Fish and Game that might speak to their concerns, and if you would allow that.
Do you have a specific question to ask Fish and Game if they're here?
I guess my question would be around concerns they have about enacting the bill and procedurally if they think it would work or not.
First, is there anyone here from Fish and Game? I'll allow him a minute to maybe answer that, but we've had a hearing on it, and I believe that gentleman testified at the hearing. So if he wishes to speak to the amendment, I'm okay with that since the amendment came in after the hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Dan Bergeron. I'm the chief of the Wildlife Division for New Hampshire Fish and Game. I'll try and keep this brief. Our commission actually sets the department's positions on legislation. The official position of the agency is still in opposition to this. We do appreciate the sponsor of this working with all these parties, and I do think there have been some improvements to this for sure. Our concerns kind of revolve around, we have a concern that this might have a chilling effect on kind of citizen science. We also have some concerns about how will this work on private property versus public property. Will landowner permission be required to be documented for individuals who are making observations on public property? The amendment isn't clear on that. We do a lot of work we do a lot of proactive work with landowners that are looking to do conservation efforts. I think this does go a long way to address some of the concerns we initially had, but some of the remaining concerns are still those issues of how do we collect or how are restrictions put on this information when it's collected on public property, and how will that impact citizen science? We get a lot of information from individuals who are seeing things. We think we testified before on roads. Our processes that we have in place are consistent with Maine and Vermont. We do try and keep landowner rights in mind when we're doing these things. The other concern we have was the transition from our environmental review program over to DES, and changes in rules in the middle of that process. We're just because there'll be a lot of changes in our database that have to take place to account for this, and we're concerned about how that might interrupt the transition and the ease and speed at which we can work with DES to complete the reviews that we're doing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Darby.
Thank you. Since we didn't have a public hearing on this amendment, and I find the language in section 1 and the relationship between section 1 and section 2 of the amendment confusing, I wonder if I can ask questions specifically about the amendment to Fish and Game.
I think I've done enough to let Fish and Game testify, so I'm not going to allow that. They've testified they're basically opposed to this position, so I don't know what more we're going to get out of them. This is not a hearing, it's an exec session, so I'm sorry. So I'm going to deny your request, but thank you for asking. Do you have anything else you'd wish to say about the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The language about verifying the accuracy of records and how that would be accomplished for the database that exists, how records from that database would be purged. If the collection, the information about how those records were collected and whether or not, if they happen to have been collected on private property when perhaps the landowner without written permission, a prior landowner without written permission granted that access. None of that is clear in this. And while I understand that there's rulemaking, the rulemaking isn't, there's really no constraints on the rulemaking here. So I find this amendment ambiguous, and without a full hearing where we can hear all the stakeholders' concerns. We heard stakeholder concerns from across the the environmental community. New Hampshire Audubon represented something like 8 different groups that they said with concerns. I just don't see that we can move forward with this amendment as it's drafted. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on the motion to amend? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to read the roll on the motion, the amendment.
Representative Dunn,
Yes.
Representative Gould is absent. Representative Davis? Yes. Representative Donnelly,
Yes.
Representative Bridle,
Yes.
Representative Dupont,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Tremblay,
Yes.
Representative Nab,
No.
Representative Vale,
No.
Representative Baldwin,
No.
Representative Darby,
No.
Representative Ryan,
No.
Representative Juris,
No.
Representative Sargent,
No.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Eight, seven.
8-7, motion passes. You have another motion, Representative Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'd like to make a motion to OTPA for 1603 FN.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Tremblay. Any wish to speak on your motion?
No, I've, I think, clarified that in my earlier statement.
Thank you. Second. Any further discussion on the motion, OTPA? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to just note that the original bill had a significant fiscal note. It's not clear based on the rules what the fiscal note might be. We don't have a revised fiscal note, or at least I haven't seen it. So that's another concern that I have about moving forward with the OTPA. Thank you.
Any other discussion on OTPA? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to read the roll.
Representative Dunn,
Yes.
Representative Gould is absent. Representative Davis? Yes. Representative Donnelly,
Yes.
Representative Bridle,
Yes.
Representative Dupont,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Tremblay,
Yes.
Representative Nab, Representative Vale?
No.
Representative Baldwin?
No.
Representative Darby?
No.
Representative Ryder?
No.
Ryan, sorry. Representative Juris?
No.
Representative Sergeant? Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
8-7.
8-7, OTPA passes. I'd like to welcome Representative Jarvis as a substitute today. Welcome to Resources. As I said earlier this session, reports, I'd like to get them by Friday night, no matter how they get through channels, but by Friday night. So the maker of the motion, we've asked to write the report. Will there be a minority report? Yes, there will be a minority report on this. So I'll close the exec session on HB 1603 FN. I'll open the exec session on HB 1752 FN, requiring the creation of a ticket to follow timber through the harvesting and production process to establish a chain of custody. Representative Davis, do you have a motion?
Yes, I make a motion of ought to pass.
You have a second?
Second.
Representative Davis, you have another motion?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to incorporate Amendment 2023-0484H.
I assume you meant 2026 dash 0484H. Okay. Didn't want us to pass the wrong amendment. Okay. Have a second on the amendment.
Yes.
We have an amendment made and seconded. Do you wish to speak on your motion, Representative Davis?
Yes, please. Thank you. This amendment accomplishes two important goals. First, it creates a chain of custody for timber cut in New Hampshire, as explained by Representative Howard in committee last week. This requirement places very little burden on the timber industry, yet it provides law enforcement with a critical tool to investigate.
Representative Davis, can you turn on your mic? You're not being taped. Thank you.
You want me to start over?
I think so, yeah.
Excuse me. This amendment accomplishes two important goals. First, it creates a chain of custody for timber cut in New Hampshire, as explained by Representative Howard in committee last week. This requirement places very little burden on the timber industry, yet it provides law enforcement with critical tools to investigate and prosecute timber theft in our state. Second, the amendment establishes a chain of custody for carbon credits sold in New Hampshire. New Hampshire was the first state in the nation to create a carbon registry. This registry identifies who is participating in carbon projects and who the sellers are, but it provides little information beyond that. This amendment adds transparency by allowing the state to know who is purchasing these carbon offset credits, credits that can tie up one of our greatest natural resources in the state for up to 100 years. Since New Hampshire created its registry, other states have followed our lead. Maine, for instance, has adopted a similar registry modeled after ours. But they included a chain of custody, so they would know not only who was selling carbon, but who was buying it as well. This amendment is about transparency, nothing more. It does not request financial disclosures or any additional business information. It simply identifies the buyers. We all remember the recent incident where China attempted to control the water supply in Nashua. This amendment assures if any adversarial entity attempts to purchase and lock up New Hampshire's natural resources for decades, the state will know. The chain of custody would be managed by the Forestry Division of DNCR through the existing registry. Any clerical costs would be the responsibility of the landowner and their carbon developer, or through their carbon developer, not the state. Reporting these sales would also fall on the landowner and developer, relieving the state from investigative and administrative burdens. There are currently, I believe, 12 entities registered in the New Hampshire Carbon Registry. And with the moratorium in place, no new carbon sales will be permitted until November 1st of 2027. This would make a very light lift for the state and property owners. I urge you to vote ought to pass on this amendment and help reduce theft in New Hampshire's timber and bring much-needed transparency to our carbon industry. One thing, if you'll allow, I'd like to add. I am the chair of a carbon commission that's been tasked to study carbon, how it affects New Hampshire. There were 8 topics that we were asked to study. This is not one of them. However, I feel this is a very important thing that we should study, but I find it just asking 12 entities to report who you're selling to, nothing else, nothing other, follow in a line with other states that are doing it right now. My question would be, what does that harm? Why is the need for secrecy there? I feel this is an important issue, and transparency is something that we should have in a very unregulated industry. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a second wish to speak.
No, Mr. Chair.
Any discussion on the amendment motion? Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hopefully I'm not trying your patience, but I wonder if we might be able to have someone from the Division of Forest and Lands, if they're here, speak to just some of the logistical concerns about this. I am not an expert on carbon sequestration. I understand that the sale of carbon sequestration is not quite as straightforward as one might think it is, and I just, having not discussed this at all, would appreciate a little more information from them.
Always trying to be of assistance and cooperative. I will allow you this one more time to have Fish and Game speak only to the
Please.
amendment with your specific question, because
Thank
I understand we didn't have a hearing on the amendment, so I'll allow them to speak where normally, just so you know, this isn't a precedent in the future. I'm
I
probably
understand that.
gonna
Thank
say
you.
no. So does someone from Fish and
Or
Game wish to speak?
DNCR.
DNCR on the amendment. Mr. Hakeley.
For the record, it's Patrick Hackley with the Division of Forest and Lands, DNCR. I'm the director and state forester. So I don't have a position on the amendment. And I have spoke at length with Representative Davis about the feasibility and enforceability of the amended bill. So I just want to express some reservations and some concerns about being able to track carbon credits. I did check with the climate carbon forester in Maine, who does this full time regarding carbon credit enrollment, and we have some conflicting information because he stated that they looked into tracking where the credits are sold, and found it so complex that they put it aside for the time being. So I don't know what you heard, Representative Davis, but according to him, he said it's very complex because the developers sell to multiple buyers and there are brokers involved. Sometimes the developers are the brokers, and sometimes there are brokers that act independently to connect buyers of the credits to the sellers. So it's not a linear buying from one landowner and it goes to one market. It can go into a pool. I've heard there's even auctions for credits. Not all credits are created equal. Some are more desirable than others. So there's a lot of nuances to the process of tracking credits. And I just feel strongly my reservations, if we're going to be the agency to enforce, is that we should flesh this out a little bit more. I would like to see that. And I know it's very short notice, and Representative Davis, I respect your desire for transparency in the system, and I want to support that. It just, my concerns are we would be obligated to track something that is, even our friends in Maine who've been doing it, have a lot of enrollees over there, much more than we do, have found it complex. So we need time to work on it, is all I would ask. But that's not a position, it's a reservation, it's a concern.
Thank
Happy
you,
to take a
Mr.
question. I know you're time sensitive.
Well, it's not a hearing, so I'm not going to allow any questions. You asked if he could speak, and thank you
Fair
very
enough.
much for speaking the position of your department.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak on the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I don't have, I, I'm going to vote against the amendment, and it's not because of the amendment itself, it's because of the process. I know that Representative Davis wasn't the one to decide it was germane, but it feels non-germane and that it warrants a full hearing with all the stakeholders that are involved in this. I think there's still some work to be done. We know there's a study committee that is working on this. We know there's a 2-year moratorium on the purchase of new carbon sequestration, so it doesn't feel like there's a rush. So I respect the representative's concerns and the desire for this to be more transparent, but I feel like this warrants a full hearing and is a separate issue from the original bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on the amendment motion? Representative Vale.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing forward the amendment. I too will have to vote against the amendment though, and I'm really concerned because I feel like if we were to have a hearing on the subject matter, we would all have an opportunity to learn a lot more than we know right now. And I feel like there is, knowing what I do know about carbon markets and brokerage and stock and trading, it is a really something very complex that we don't want to wade into right now. Thank you.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to say express my appreciation for you allowing the experts to speak to both of these amendments. Thank you very much for that. Secondly, I'd like to correct the record. Twice we've heard that China was trying to take over the water source in Nashua, and that is been proven to be inaccurate. So I'd like to just correct the record for Nashua's sake. But separately, and with respect to this amendment, transparency is important. The forestry market is critical to New Hampshire, and I definitely respect the goal of transparency. I'm concerned about the ability for all the stakeholders to come forth in a hearing, especially where there's such large penalties at stake, which is part of this amendment. I would remind the committee that there's currently a 2-year moratorium through the November of 2027 on further carbon registries. So there won't be any more of these. People can't enroll more than, I think, 500 acres or something into carbon registries between now and then anyway. There's no rush for this amendment. We could easily, hear this, for example, next year without a problem. The commission, of course, is ongoing. And when I went to the commission's website, I was dismayed a bit to find that there are no minute meetings available, at least that I couldn't find for that. So it's hard to actually know what progress has been made on that committee. So I guess I'll have to vote against this, even though transparency in this market makes a lot of sense to me. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, clerk, can you read the roll on the amendment?
Representative Dunn,
Yes.
Representative Gould is absent. Representative Davis?
Yes.
Representative Donnelly,
Yes.
Representative Bridle,
Yes.
Representative Dupont,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Tremblay,
Yes.
Representative Nab?
No.
Representative Vale?
No.
Representative Baldwin?
No.
Representative Darby?
No.
Representative Ryan?
No.
Representative Juris?
No.
Representative Sergeant?
No.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
8-7.
Amendment passes 8-7. Representative Davis, you have another motion?
I would make a motion ought to pass as amended.
Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion made and seconded. Any discussion on that motion?
No.
See, Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As before, since this amendment has both a number of fines in statute and seems to substantially change the fiscal note from the original bill, plus the concerns, not objection, not opposition, but concerns we heard from the state forester about the ability to actually track this. I think without a fiscal note, we're going into this a bit blind, and it's another reason I think we should pause before we move forward on an OTPA motion. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the OTPA motion? Seeing none, the clerk can read the rolls, please.
Representative Dunn,
Yes.
Representative Gould is absent. Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Donnelly,
Yes.
Representative Bridle,
Yes.
Representative Dupont.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Tremblay,
Yes.
Representative Nab,
No.
Representative Vale,
No.
Representative Baldwin,
No.
Representative Darby,
No.
Representative Ryan,
No.
Representative Juris. No. Representative Sergeant,
No.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
8-7.
8-7, OTPA passes. I close the exec session on HB 1752 FN. Thank you. We will have a minority report, yes. And now move on and open the hearing on HB 1019 relative to the composition of the State Water Well Board, and call up not the prime sponsor, but one of the sponsors, Representative Wendy Thomas. I don't know if she's in the outside. Assuming she's going to present the bill. And here she is. The prime sponsor's in here, but you're one of the co-sponsors. Will hasn't put in his pink card. You may speak. Now you have to wait one, Miss Representative Thomas.
You're waiting for you folks to finish your exec session.
Yep, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So the prime sponsor's here, Representative Pectrino. He will present the bill. Petrino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. I'm Representative Peter Petrino from the town of Milford, and I'm here to introduce House Bill 1019, which would add an active water treatment professional with at least 10 years of experience to the now 7-person Water Well Board. With nearly half of New Hampshire residents using private wells, I believe that the expertise of these specialists would be crucial for assessing and managing drinking water to ensure safety. Now, I was surprised to learn that approximately 25 to 30% of private residential wells in New Hampshire are estimated to contain natural occurring arsenic above the state standards, and that nearly a quarter of bedrock wells contain radon levels requiring treatment. And thousands of wells, particularly in southern New Hampshire, notably in the town of Merrimack, have tested for PFAS above the state standards. So water treatment professionals are experts in identifying these groundwater contaminants and maintaining treatment systems such as filtration and purification, and they can provide appropriate technical assistance to help ensure regulatory compliance that drinking water is healthy and safe. And so for these reasons, I believe that having such a professional on the board would be very beneficial. The only concern that I had was that bringing the board from 7 to 8 would potentially at times result in a tie vote, but needless to say, a tie vote just doesn't pass. And if you have a vote of 5 to 3, I think that speaks for itself. And that's pretty much it. I'm a layperson, so I do not have technical expertise. So if you have any specific questions, I would defer to those behind me who will also testify. And that's pretty much it. And thank you so much for your attention.
You take questions?
Well, I can try my best, but like I said, I'm not a professional, just a layperson, because I think most of us would agree that we want to ensure that our drinking water is safe and sound, and that's why I urge you to consider this legislation.
Representative Nat?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today. So if you can't answer this, obviously someone else can. Are the directives or the mandates of the Well Water Board?
I believe that I have here with us the chairman of that board,
Perfect.
who can answer that very specifically.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? I have one question, but it's maybe not technical. Where'd you come up with 10 years experience instead of 5 or 20?
Because it's currently in the statute for all the other members who are on the Well Water Board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I guess that's it. Thank you for your
Okay.
testimony. I don't have a card from the chairman of the Well Water Board, but if he wishes to fill out a pink card and answer the question of the representative, we can entertain him after Representative Wendy Thomas comes and testifies.
Good morning, members of the committee. For the record, I am Representative Wendy Thomas, and I represent the town of Merrimack. Very short statement here. New Hampshire's Water Well Board plays a critical role in protecting drinking water quality for thousands of residents who rely on private wells. Adding a water treatment specialist to the board ensures that decisions are informed by up-to-date, practical expertise on contamination risks, treatment technologies, and long-term system performance. With increasing concerns about PFAS, arsenic, and other emerging contaminants, water treatment is no longer a niche issue. It is central to public health and consumer protection. A water treatment specialist brings real-world experience that complements existing perspectives on the board, leading to better standards, smarter guidance for homeowners, and more cost-effective solutions. HB 1019 strengthens oversight, improves decision-making, and helps ensure that New Hampshire residents have access to safe, clean drinking water now and in the future. That's it. I'll take any questions, but I don't expect any.
Any questions? You were right. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, Representative. The chairman, whose name I didn't get, of the Well Water Board, would you? It's coming. The card's coming. While the card's coming forward, you could have a seat and tell us your name.
Good morning. My name's Norm Harris.
Just turn the mic.
You gotta press the mic. It's a little button. It'll turn red. There you
Good
go.
morning. My name's Norm Harris. I'm the chairman of the New Hampshire Water Well Board. Thank you for having us this morning and addressing this issue. At this point in time, the board has discussed this, and we are not in favor of adding this member to the board at this point. However, we are in favor of the general idea of licensing and having someone having responsibility of water filtration and the installation of this equipment. At this point in time, we are not feeling that we have the ability to basically oversee them. However, in our field, the majority of well drillers and pump installers do water filtration installation and service. We do not have any rules or guidelines to oversee these people at this point in time. And we believe that we could step forward here in the very near future to set these rules up and get this made in this fashion. However, at this point in time, a representative sitting on our board would really have no jurisdiction over anyone because they're not licensed. No one holds a license to put water filtration equipment in the state. So we would like to move forward in the future, possibly, to add future rules and regulations for these people. But at this point in time, we have nothing to go behind. And we feel that it's kind of putting the cart before the horse.
Thank you. Will you take questions? Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would sort of ask my original question, and I guess your testimony makes me a little confused about what the board does, because I don't take this legislation as meaning that you have to oversee someone installing filtration systems. I take it as like you have another person on this board, and is your board advisory? Or I guess I don't understand from your testimony what it is that the board is doing, and if it's actually responsible for installing these systems, which you're implying this additional person would do.
Sure, thank you. No, the current board structure is set up is we basically have a water well driller, a specialty driller, a pump installer, and also another water well driller. And then we have other state people on the board also, and a general person. So our responsibility is to license and oversee the installation of water wells, pumps, geothermal wells, basically any drilling going on in the state for any of like that you would notice, including monitoring wells, which are more specialty wells. We oversee and license the people that do that work.
One follow-up.
So your interpretation of this legislation is that it would imply that you are now responsible for the water treatment, for a proper water treatment system.
Yes, my interpretation would be that basically we would be responsible for licensing and overseeing the work being done at that, in that field.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. From the statute, as I read it, says the purpose of the board is to license well water contractors and well pump installers, and further that to set the standards for construction, maintenance, and abandonment of wells. I don't see how adding someone to a member of the filtration community without extending the statute to extend the mandate to regulate filtration systems, neither provides an opportunity for that expertise to be utilized in those responsibilities you have, nor allows the opportunity to license or regulate filtration. Is that your perspective?
Thank you for your question, but I'm not sure I understand what that person would do on the board if they're not licensing and regulating. And if that person is a filtration person that enters the board, now we have to assume that they have knowledge of water well and pump installation work also, as all members on the board vote on all subjects. So I'm not sure I understand what the responsibility of the person would be if he's not doing those items.
I think he's answered the question that he doesn't think the board should have it and that it's not in their purview of the statute. But I appreciate you reading us the statute because it made it clear that it's not really part of the job of the board.
Just to reflect that, it's not part of the board at this time, as we believe. We believe the rules should be set up and should be under our governance at some point in time. However, there are no rules right now.
Yeah.
And with some help from others, such as national organizations, such as the WQA and others, we believe that rules can be set up and it should be under the New Hampshire Water Well Board's jurisdiction.
Thank you. Any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Supporting the bill. I'm going to butcher this. Drench Skillings? Derek. Okay. I got the last name right? All right. It'll turn red.
Hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, my name's Derek Skillings from my company is Skillings and Sons out of Amherst, New Hampshire. We've been in the water well drilling, pump installation service, and water treatment world for for a long time now, 55 years in existence. So since the mid 1990s, we've been installing water treatment equipment, and so we've been involved in the industry for a long time. Yes, I am in favor of the bill, but like Norm Harris, the chairman of the well board, has said that not at this time it wouldn't be the right time, and I understand what he's saying about that, but just to speak towards the idea of any water treatment regulation and licensing being under the water well board's responsibility would be, the right place for that. If I did write some things so I can say them. The missions of the Water Well Board and the Drinking Water and Groundwater Bureau seem to be closely aligned. Their philosophies would naturally extend to handling the water treatment professionals. The purpose of the Water Well Board is to protect and improve the general health and welfare of the citizens of the state, and to protect groundwater resources by licensing well and pump contractors. And the Drinking Water Groundwater Bureau, their mission is to protect the public health by ensuring safe and reliable drinking water. So they're quite, I see that they're quite aligned. The Water Well Board should be the entity to hold this responsibility for multiple reasons. One being to further the mission of the Groundwater Drinking Water Bureau to ensure safe drinking water to the public. Approximately half the New Hampshire residents do get their water from private wells. Private well owners are the ones I keep in mind with the thoughts, just because when it comes to public water systems, they're on another level, a separate category where there is quite a bit more oversight and standards. And adding this professional to the board would be the first step in raising the professionalism and the level of expertise in the water treatment space. And simply, New Hampshire residents just deserve the attention to this. Treating water oftentimes does require a deeper knowledge than just knowing what sort of equipment that you need to acquire. It's the design, the proper application of the equipment, not just asking somebody to tell you what you should be putting in. And there are quite a few examples you could think of with that, but and it gets even more complex when you have multiple contaminants that you need to be trying to remove from the water, such as if you have a low pH issue, arsenic and radon, all in the water. There are quite a few consequences that someone may not be aware of until the system is in, and there might be effects that weren't intended. So the general knowledge and understanding of how to design a system is very, very important. I'm not saying that water treatment design installations should be only handled by licensed well drillers or pump installers. I'm not saying that, but the ones that are under the Water Well Board's jurisdiction do possess the knowledge, the experience, and the tools to, properly incorporate water treatment under the board's purview. It just seems like the right space to be having that be living. The creation of this position could be the beginnings of creating a license for water treatment professionals. The goal is not to just create a strict set of standards or requirements for the type and size of equipment prescribed. The art of water treatment, how it's often referred to, is very nuanced, and there cannot be any sort of one-size-fits-all approach to this work. The goal of the position, like stated above, is just to raise our state's installers and designers to a greater level of knowledge, expertise, and ethical standards. And that's all I had.
Will you take question?
Sure.
Any questions? Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wonder if you have your testimony typed, if you'd be willing to send it to the committee. Or
Yeah,
email
sure.
it to
Yeah,
the
I have a
committee.
couple copies. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You can give one of the copies to the clerk, and maybe you can email it if you have it in Word. just so the clerk can add it to the record.
Sure thing. Sure thing.
Great. Well, thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Opposing the bill, Bart Cushing.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Bart Cushing. I represent, well, myself. I've been a well contractor in the state since inception, 4-term New Hampshire Water Well Board member and past chair. I hold pump, technical, and well drilling licenses. And our company, while we're way over in Keene, we have our well drilling business has like 26 people. Our water conditioning business, we have 6 dedicated people. That's all they do is water conditioning. I will say in our industry, and I represent a contractor. I've been on the Water Well Board. I've been on our association board, but there's no consensus in our industry, nor groundswell from the public. And our industries are not just water well, but we're the filtering and conditioning, as we talked about here, and the pump installing. So I would say as a multi-generational company holding licenses in many of the states, surrounding states, that there's no groundswell that and need for this. There may be in the future, but I don't know how this would also be regulating internet sales. We all hear about the ads on the radio. You know, Aquasana filtering companies will send it to your house and have somebody install it. I just can't quite see at this point in time that we have a need for it. So I would say that at this point it'd be best to table this until we did have a consensus of the industries involved.
Thank you, sir. Would
Thank
you
you.
take questions?
You bet.
I don't see any, so thank you very
Well,
much
thank
for your
you for
testimony.
allowing me the courtesy to speak.
Thank you for coming. The last pink card I have, Brendan Kiernan, DES. Mr. Kiernan. With testimony.
Good morning. I'm Brandon Kernan. I'm the administrator of the Drinking Water and Groundwater Bureau at DES. Our role with the Water Well Board is that we administratively support the board, and we have 2 seats on the board, one being a designee of the commissioner and the other being the state geologist. Today, we're testifying that we don't have a position on this bill, but we would like to provide some additional information. And a lot of what's covered in my talking points and also in the letter has already been mentioned by a prior speaker, so I'll just jump to the parts that have not been. First of all, water treatment is an important activity. It's the one thing that directly affects the drinking water quality, and oftentimes it also connects the clean water to the wastewater system, and if that's not done correctly, it can go wrong. And so while treatment can make water safe, treatment can make water unsafe if it's done incorrectly. Regulating it, licensing it is a complicated topic, and so I appreciate the prior sentiments that were expressed that if this were to be pursued, more time to talk about is important because there's a lot of stakeholders involved. There's water treatment operators that might not be well drillers or pump installers that do treatment. There's certainly the pump installers and the water well contractors that are licensed that do treatment really well. Licensed plumbers do treatment as well. And then there's actually just people with none of those credentials that do treatment. Some do it well, some do not. And so how you tackle that involves a lot of legwork and discussions with a lot of stakeholders. So I just wanted to point that out. We do have one recommendation for the bill that we would like to see if this is going to go forward in some form or just with this recommendation. As I mentioned, we have 2 seats on the board at DES, the commissioner's designee and the state geologist, which is also in the commissioner's office. Our feeling is that the state geologist does not need to be a voting member of the board any longer, that there's a lot of expertise on the board already for the industry that can make decisions, that can take regulatory actions on licenses, and that the state geologist is in the building, can always be consulted and provide advice, but it's the agency position and the state geologist position that they do not need to be on the board. So I believe on line 7, where the existing statute references the state geologist, we would like to see that position from the board removed. I will just reiterate what was discussed earlier. This bill would just add an additional person to the board. It does not expand the authority to regulate water treatment. And so that would have to be in statute if the board were to adopt rules. Water treatment was once addressed in statute, kind of. It was there was a non-voting member on another board, the mechanical board, that's where the plumbers are, that had no voting authority, and then there was a optional certification program. All those things were repealed in 2023 as part of House Bill 2, and they really weren't utilized. People weren't pursuing that voluntary certification program. So it is right now a pretty wide open area for discussion. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Kernan, for taking my question. With respect to the state geologist position, is it sufficient to simply strike the line that says about the state geologist, or should there be some language in there about about having them available in an advisory role?
I think it's sufficient just to strike it. The state geologist works with the commissioner and would attend board meetings and provide technical advice as needed. That is the state geologist's role, to be that expert opinion on many things.
Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just bring me back to the beginning. This board, you have to have a license to drill and a well and install a pump. But presently, there's no license to do the filtration.
Right, that's a good point. You are correct. The one thing that directly affects water quality doesn't have regulations or licensing at this time.
Okay. So
Follow up?
Follow up, please. Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
you
Chairman. So if I'm, it's like you have a board, there are contractors here, there are people on the board here. By contract, if someone were to contract a licensed contractor to drill a well, install a pump, I'm guessing that the input to the property, to the home, would be done by that contractor as well, and a licensed plumber would maybe take over, or maybe the driller has a licensed plumber on staff. But if I said if the homeowner wanted a filter, that contractor could install a filter, but they're not licensed to do that. Or somebody else could come in and install that filter before it goes to the main line, the main cold water line to the house, and they don't have a license either. Is that correct?
The treatment system, there's no licensing requirement. If I could just give one alternative to licensing that's been discussed in the past, just so everyone knows there's options. There is another way to address treatment concerns without a licensing program, which is obviously a big undertaking, especially with all those trades I just mentioned, and that would be to have consumer protection statutes, recourse if someone put in treatment that adversely impacted a home. And that happens. People will put in treatment to remove uranium, and it'll strip out the pH of the water and put a low pH, and all of a sudden you're putting lead in everyone's home from rotting out the plumbing system. And so it's complicated, and it's sometimes done incorrectly. It's often done very well, though.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Appreciate your testimony. I have no more pink cards. Anybody else want to speak on HB 1019? I'll close the hearing on HB 1019, and I'll ask the question, since we did say we... Oh, the Representative Sergeant left the room. He usually gives us the reports of the blue sheet and online. Does anyone know what's online?
I'll check
Representative
if you want.
Darby, you must know what's online. While he's looking, the blue sheets, Representative?
Dan Gray's here? Yep. You didn't put pro or con. The neutral information. Neutral. Because we, blue sheet, we have one con and one neutral.
Okay, and online, Representative Darby?
Online with two.
Two supporting. Okay, thank you. I'll ask the question. Is anyone in favor of the bill as presented? Is anyone in favor of the bill as presented?
I'm not in favor of the bill, but I think that since the statute's open, I would like to offer an amendment to take advantage, based on the suggestion, replace all amendment based on the suggestion of DES.
If you're going to offer an amendment, then I won't call for a vote. Okay, I'm not saying the amendment will pass, but I won't call for the vote. So we'll move on. I'd like to open HB 1020, proclaiming Lake Winnipesaukee the official state lake of New Hampshire. We'll wait a moment for our guests to enter. I don't have a card on 1020.
See any? I'll check these. Here's 1020.
Prime sponsor's here.
Where's that?
It's been Jeremy. He's the prime sponsor.
I believe the prime sponsor's here and he's going to fill out a pink card and send it forward if he hasn't already done that.
There's some more.
Oh, a whole bunch just got here. Here, we're gonna hope we have enough chairs.
Excuse me, but I want to speak to Gary over there.
If they don't mind sitting on the floor, we appreciate that. This is like being at school, huh? We welcome these guys.
Mr. Chairman?
Are you having trouble? You leave, you know. I mean, it's just hearing for us
Wow.
You must have the most popular committee. You've got how many people here?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's okay.
Your opinion change now?
I know, right? I know, I told Greg he was leaving.
Is he going through there? Oh. Oh.
So we welcome all the students from Northampton School, and for the record, I think more than a few years ago, I spoke at that school on Career Day about being an attorney. So, and they were kind enough to send me a picture of the entire class autographed, and I still have that. So thank you very much. I appreciate all of you.
Look like they're still in that class.
So, Representative, would you like to present this bill to us?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to introduce House Bill 1020, a bill to name Lake Winnipesaukee the official state lake of New Hampshire. For the record, my name is Representative Jim Majori from the wonderful town of Northampton. And I want to say, I don't envy you right now. It's a lot of pressure. I'm not saying which way you should vote on this bill, although I'm going to recommend ought to pass.
just take a look, and when you decide to exec, they may be coming back. But that's it. Okay. I asked for 3 minutes. What I'd like to do, Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, is just speak for a minute and then come back after the kids speak. What I'd really like to do is recognize Nicholas Reno, Madeline McNamara, Paitlin James, and Annabelle Clifford, who, when they were fourth graders at Northampton School last year, after their day at the Capitol, came up with this idea to name Lake Winnipesaukee the official state lake of New Hampshire. And as you know from the RSA, there are 33 different designations in the state of New Hampshire for official things. We think this one would be extremely significant. While all the others are important, the value of Lake Winnipesaukee to the state of New Hampshire, just in a number at $17 billion, and that's a 5-year-old number, the designation of an official lake would be significant for New Hampshire in so many different ways. But I don't think you want to hear from me. I think it would be much better right now if Mr. Reno were to come up with the rest of the Fab Four and make their presentation. So with that, I will yield and turn the mic over, with your indulgence, sir, to Mr. Reno.
I have a pink card from Mr. Reno. So we'd like to have Mr. Reno, if you could take the witness stand and seat. And for the record, tell us your name and where you're from, please.
I'm Nicholas Reno, and I'm from Northampton, New Hampshire.
Welcome to Resources. Go ahead. You can go. Tell us what you'd like to tell us. That would be fine. So I guess we're going to ask Mr. Reno to step back from the mic, and oh, he's happy he can do that. But we'll call you back. So those that are speaking in whatever order, you need to come one at a time and tell us who you are, so our lovely clerk here can write down your names for the record. And this is being taped and broadcast live, so when you go home tonight, your parents can watch you on the TV screen or the internet, YouTube, every place. So we know who you are, Mr. Reno. Who do you bring with you?
Madeline McNamara, Annabelle Clifford, and Peyton James.
So I have a card from Madeline McNamara. Annabelle Clifford. I have a card from Annabelle Clifford. And the last person?
Peyton James.
Peyton James. There you go. Okay. So we have cards for you to speak. Welcome to Resources. So we're waiting to hear from you. Go ahead.
Hello, Resources, Recreation, and Development Committee. Thank you for supporting Built in 20. My name is Nicholas Reno.
I'm Madeline McNamara.
I'm Annabelle Clifford. And I'm Peyton James. We are in 5th grade at Northampton School in Northampton and Rockingham County.
We believe Lake Winnipesaukee should be the official state lake of New Hampshire.
We came up with this idea in 4th grade after a trip to the State House with our grade. We met Representative Majorian Balboni on that day. We also met Governor Ayotte and Senator Altshuler.
This would be a good lake because if it becomes a state lake, we can focus more on wildlife and education.
We chose this lake because it's ideal for summer parties, gatherings, and celebrations of all ages. Lake Winnipesaukee is known all across New Hampshire, and Lake Winnipesaukee also receives thousands of visitors every year. There are also enough lakes for every state in the U.S., so every state could have a state lake if wanted to. And it's in the middle of the state, so anyone can get to it with only a few hours to drive. With those numbers, if we were to make Lake Winnipesaukee the state lake, more people would visit the lake, providing more money for the state. It's also important because the name Winnipesaukee is the language of an indigenous peoples tribe from New Hampshire, the Abenaki, meaning smile of the Great Spirit, or beautiful water in a high place.
Its location also helps because northern New Hampshire is a key tourist spot.
Winnipesaukee, being closer to places like North Conway and Ossipee, allows tourists not to travel far to see New Hampshire State Lake. People can visit year-round. They can swim along its shores in the summer and skate above its waters in the winter. First, it has over 260 islands, 6 of them having bridge access year-round. Long Island, Bear Island, Governor's Island, and Cow Island are some of the biggest islands in Lake Winnipesaukee.
The lake is 21 miles long and 12 miles wide in some places, which gives it a shoreline of 288 miles. Tourists can also enjoy driving around the lake on a 63-mile loop, and over 2,000 residents live on the lake. The water is crystal clear and enjoyed by people who love all types of water sports. There are also many quaint villages around the lake, like Alton, Guilford, Center Harbor, Laconia, Meredith, Tuftonboro, Moultonboro, and Wolfboro.
We hope the committee will pass Bill 1020. We are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for supporting Bill 1020.
Well, thank you for your presentation. So you heard our speakers say they will take questions. Representative Bridle has a question of you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Students, thank you for taking my question. Icons in this state, like the state tree, the white birch, the lilac being the state flower, I think Lake Winnipesaukee certainly holds a title that's similar to that. Could each of you tell me what is your favorite part about Lake Winnipesaukee?
When my family and I drive up to Gunstock, I like driving around the lake, so we go up there.
I like going to like the little scenic views, and it's nice to like enjoy the nature around the lake.
When I go skiing at Gunstock, I can always see the lake's view.
When we like drive up to Gunstock, I like to see the lake.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Any other questions, Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your students on this effort, did you consider any other lake to be named as a state lake? And did you do any background on that with your instructors? Because they're out there, there are lakes like Winnisquam and Squam, and there are other big lakes too. Connecticut, yes, Connecticut Lake. There you go. Yeah. So, and one of you can answer. Or all of you can answer. It's up to you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We focused on Lake Winnipesaukee because it's like in the center of the state, so a lot of people will like really want to go there, and
it's the biggest lake in the state, and it's also widely known even outside of New England.
Follow up. So what I'm hearing is it's in the center of the state. It's easy to get. There's a convenience for getting there, for vehicular traffic to get there, and it sounded like from your testimony that it's probably the biggest economic, in terms of a lake, it's probably the biggest economic lake of value that we have. Correct? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other, Representative Nab?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I don't know if you know the answer to this, but do other states have a state lake?
only South Carolina.
Only South Carolina? All right, thank you.
Any other questions for our 4 speakers? Seeing none, I thank you all for coming and for testifying, and I hope you can stay around. We have a couple more speakers to speak in favor and support of your bill. Okay, thank you very much. You might step back and sit down if you wish. Representative Balboni from Northampton.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Harb and members of the House Resources, Recreation, and Development Committee. For the record, I'm Peggy Balboni, and I represent the towns of Greenland, Rye, and Northampton. and I'm co-sponsor of HB 1020, which would proclaim Lake Winnipesaukee the official state lake of New Hampshire. I am also a member of the House Education Policy and Administration Committee, and I'm proud to be here with these Northampton students and their teacher as they demonstrate to you the results of a robust civics education. HB 1020 creates no new program, requires no state funding, and adds no regulatory authority. It does not change how Lake Winnipesaukee is managed, protected, or accessed. Local control, property rights, and existing statutes remain exactly as they are. This bill simply would provide a formal recognition. In practice, Lake Winnipesaukee already functions as New Hampshire's state lake. It is the most recognizable body of water in the state, central to tourism, education, and economic activity, and consistently used to represent New Hampshire in public materials and outreach. This legislation would align statute with reality. The potential downside is minimal. The designation does not obligate future spending or policy changes. At the same time, it can strengthen public awareness and voluntary stewardship of a critical natural resource without mandates or enforcement. Moreover, it presents a unique opportunity to revive tourism in the Lakes region and the state of New Hampshire after a 30% drop last year. I hope you share our collective enthusiasm in recognizing Lake Winnipesaukee as our new state lake. Thank you, and Representative Majori and I are happy to take any questions you have.
I don't see any questions, but I know Representative Majori wanted to finish and speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know how to follow any of that up except to say I heartily hope that the committee will see ought to pass as a favorable outcome for this bill. And regardless, to thank all the children, their parents, their teachers, and everybody at Northampton School, plus the committee for engaging in this amazingly wonderful exercise in civics. So thank you.
Thank you. And we do have one more speaker in support of the bill before we taking questions.
I forgot that I was up here for questions.
Thank you for taking my question. As a former teacher, I'd like to know if the children are going to receive a good grade for this presentation.
Oh, you're asking me. A+, right?
I guess that's it. Thank
Okay.
you both. Andrea Lamoureux in support of the bill, New Hampshire Lakes, with written testimony.
Good morning, members of the committee and Chairman Harb. I'm Andrea Lamoureux, the President and Policy Advocate for New Hampshire Lakes. We're a statewide nonprofit organization, and our mission is to protect and preserve all of New Hampshire's 1,000 lakes. We are here today in support of this bill. We believe that this bill, we love Lake Winnipesaukee, but we don't think that, any one lake is better than the other here in New Hampshire. But certainly Lake Winnipesaukee is our biggest lake, provides for the most recreation opportunities, the most impact to our economy and tourism. We think this bill is great because it is a way for us to recognize all of our 1,000 lakes in New Hampshire and how important they are to the environment and to providing for recreation and tourism and wonderful vacations and property values. So we really support this bill. And what we really like is that this bill, the people that, the representatives that sponsored this bill are from both parties here. So it's bipartisan support. And protecting lakes, protecting clean and healthy water is something that we can all get behind in New Hampshire because it's so very important for so many reasons. So we're grateful to Representative Maggiore for bringing this bill and for all the hard work that the students have done. And I would be happy to answer any questions.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. It's not really a question, it's a comment.
Representative Ryan had asked if they're getting a grade on this. I would say it should be an A+ because they come here today not only learning civics, they brought a lobbyist with them. So, thank you.
Thank you for the comment. It's a, a very important part of the process. Yes.
Any other questions or comments, Representative?
Quick question. Earlier it was mentioned, one of the testimony that there would be no additional funding. Would you, as a supporter of the president and advocate of the lakes, would there be any signage or anything on the website that should be suggested to be put in place by the commission to maybe advertise this or say this is this official state lake if this were to pass?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for the question. And absolutely, this is a huge opportunity for us to make a big splash and say, hey, Winnipesaukee is this great lake. It's our state lake. It's so important. And then just get everyone more and more in tune to why lakes are so important. So we would, as an organization, be publicizing this in various ways and working with our partners to publicize it as well.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions for the speaker? Representative?
Kind of piggybacks off the last question. Thank you for my question. Thank you for taking it. Would you, the New Hampshire Lakes Association, consider naming the lake on their letterhead after this, if this bill were to pass?
Thank you for the question. I would have to go back to my bosses, my board of directors on that. We also have another group in this state, Lake Winnipesaukee Association, and Lake Winnipesaukee is their home lake. And I wonder if they might be able to do some additional outreach in that along those lines. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on HB 1020? Anyone else that wishes to speak on HB 1020? Can we have the blue sheets and the online?
I have the online.
Online, thank you, Representative Darby.
171 in support, 2 oppose.
Ooh.
Although one of the opposed was testifying on the wrong bill.
Oh. And the blue sheets?
Looks like it's black, but I.
You think there's at least 50 votes on that you don't see? 45? Okay, well, thank you very much. Officially, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 1020 and tell the children that you can watch in a future date, because it will be taped, the vote of the committee. And they always take into consideration all the testimony, the written testimony that you submitted, and also the 4 of your speakers that spoke on behalf of your bill. And you can watch that, probably because it's taped at any time. Maybe the teachers will show you. And just in case you didn't know, because probably you don't, after this committee votes, yes or no or maybe, it goes to the full House of Representatives for a vote. Every bill in the state must go before the full House of Representatives. And although this isn't a test, how many of you know how many representatives do we have in this state? Yes, ma'am. That's close, but that's the Senate. Yes, sir. 300 and something. He's getting closer. This is like Jeopardy. 377. That's even closer. I thought I heard it. 400. Very good. 400. So 400 people will vote on your bill. And then it goes to the Senate. And the Senate has a smaller number. And then it goes to the governor. So hopefully you can watch your bill progress from step to step to step. But all bills have to start in a committee. So this is the committee that was assigned, because as you heard, this is the Resources Committee, and we work on all the lakes and all the waters in the state. It was so wonderful to see all of you. I probably saw your brothers and sisters many years ago in your school, and we look forward to seeing you back again. And maybe someday some of you might be representatives and senators, and maybe governor. So thank you all for coming. If you want to wave to the cameras so your parents can see you on TV. Got plenty of cameras here. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, that's a camera, and you're being taped too. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Team, remember, if you see someone on the way out, you can say a quick thank you too, okay?
Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Now, when they said 377, that's more like the attendance. Not the actual number, but that's the attendance.
All right. Good. It's good to see you. Thank you.
Yeah, on the floor. People will be
Perhaps should you follow up with the.
Breaks up the day?
I don't think much, you know. Good work, as usual.
Want me to make note of that?
Thank you. I now call to order and open the hearing on HB 1037, extending the commission to study OHRV use in New Hampshire and adding a member from the Department of Tourism, our prime sponsor and first speaker, Representative Willett.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, committee members. Thank you for hearing my testimony. This is a very quick, very simple bill. In 2022, the New Hampshire House of Representatives created we call it the HB 1188 Commission, and it's to study OHRV use in New Hampshire. And what I found here for what they said was the purpose of it was to create a study commission for the comprehensive review of OHRV usage, safety, and potential conflicts aimed at finding common ground between users, landowners, and impacted communities. The original commission was slated for approximately 5 years and expires this November 1st of 2026. The commission members think their work is important and would like to continue for an additional 3 years. But if we waited till next fall, the commission would expire before legislature was back in session to renew. So this is why we're doing it now. So we'd like to renew the commission for 3 more years and add someone from the Tourist Bureau to be part of the commission. And I'd be glad to take any questions.
Any questions for the representative? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Ouellette, for taking my question. Can you remind us of the size of the commission right now? And I believe you're the chair. What the average attendance is, especially of the state agencies that participate?
I can give you an approximate without doing a little research. I would say there's approximately 15 to 18 members on the board from all different sections of the state and industry, from police chiefs to North Country Council. And to go to the second part of your question, as far as state agencies, we have someone from the Department of Safety, Department of Safety and Department of Transportation. Transportation person's there the majority of the time. There's someone always there from Fish and Game. There's someone always there from the Bureau of Trails. We're going to have a new police chief representing the Police Chiefs Association. But as far as Senator Rochefort is part of it, he's there. But as far as the state committees, the state departments, Fish and Game, DRED, they're always there. Of course, they're the main players in the sport.
Any other questions? Representative now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. To piggyback on that, was there any consideration of removing any members of the committee? Because there were some names on, or not names, but representatives on here that I was surprised were on here because I don't think they come very frequently.
I guess that would be up to the commission. I'm not opposed to it because you're right, there are a few that have not shown up. But I would say the majority of the time if there's 18 board members, and again, that's an approximate, we usually have 10 to 12 attendees every meeting.
Representative Darby.
Thank you for indulging me, Mr. Chair. Thank you again, Representative Ouellette. As I understood it, one of the goals of the 1188 Commission was to recommend some legislation. Has the Commission brought forth any recommended legislation, or is there any pending that you think might come forth in the next, if the Commission is extended for 3 years?
I think there is. There has been the commission itself, in the time that I've been chair, the only piece of legislation that I saw come through was a couple years ago that they had sponsored for a safety program, and it failed. At the last couple meetings, I think it's going to be rebirthed and come back, because we really think that the safety program is twofold. Of course, for the safety, but also to educate the users, and meaning educate them on proper trail etiquette, how to respect our landowners, and we think that's a very, very important message that we need to get out there.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have 2 pink cards. They're both in support. Steve Wilkie, New Hampshire Off-Highway Vehicle Association.
Chair Harb, House Committee, thank you very much for hearing me. This commission, the 1188 Study Commission, was formed by Representative Suzanne Smith. May she rest in peace. She was very instrumental in establishing this commission and worked very hard to make it a balanced commission. You heard about all the state representatives, but also we have the Farm Bureau, the Timber Owners Association, a lot of other interested groups within this commission. I have sat on the commission since the very beginning for NOVA. I eat, breathe, sleep OHRVs and snowmobiles, and have for the last 8 years. And this commission has been very valuable. But we have spent 3 years just educating the commission on OHRVs, which are a very complex subject. And over that, it has been a slow moving forward. We've gone through a change in representatives on the commission, so they are just getting up to speed now on the education to get them up, but it has been very valuable. We still have a few areas to study. One is education, as Representative Ouellette spoke about. Adult education is really where we're lacking in the state. We have a really good beginner youth OHRV safety course that is very successful, but education is really first and foremost. Another part that we need to study is low pressure tires. At one point in time, the ATVs that were out there had to have low pressure tires under 10 pounds. That went away in about 2014 when they defined the UTV definition. But we really need to study that some. We also need to figure out a solution to get the majority of the traffic off from the roads and back into the woods. I think this will help slow some of the abutter conflicts within the state, and be able to go hand in hand. As we all know, OHRVs is a major form of tourism in the state. And from day one, tourism hasn't had a seat on this commission, which I really feel was an oversight in the beginning, and they could bring some valuable information to the commission along with take some away for their advertising campaigns. So for these reasons, I suggest that you vote this ought to pass and let us continue the good work that we have done and try to help solve some of the solutions that have cropped up over the last 8 years in the State House.
Will you take questions?
For sure.
Any questions? Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was probably a question for the sponsor, but since you mentioned it, I'll ask you. Does the Department of Tourism know that they're being added to this commission, would be added?
I honestly don't know, but many of the people on this didn't know in the beginning, and it took a few months for them to realize and get someone put there.
Okay, great, thank you.
No other questions. Thank you for your testimony. My last pink card in favor, Matt Leahy, Forest Society.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I'm Matt Leahy, Public Policy Director for the Society for the Protection of New Hampshire Forest. We also support the legislation, and just as quick background, the Forest Society, Nature Conservancy, and Appalachian Mountain Club have one seat on this commission. So back when the legislation was first proposed to establish it, we supported that bill, and really for the kind of basic purpose is that we thought and still think that it's a good forum for all the different stakeholders to, talk about all the various issues that that are part of the OHRV sector in our state. So we think this commission has value, and as Steve mentioned, there are still issues that still need to be addressed. And I would just add one one issue, and something that the Forest Society has talked about is, how do we make sure the state agencies, especially the Fish and Game Department, have the resources it needs to manage, the whole OHRV system in our state. So, but other than that, we think this commission has a lot of value, and we support the bill.
Thank
But
you.
I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anyone else to speak on HB 1037? Is there anyone else to speak on HB 1037? Would you take a question, Representative Willett?
Mr. Chairman and Representative, just there's no fiscal notes attached to this, is this all volunteer or is?
Yes.
Okay. That was it.
Representative, can you answer Representative Nab's question about tourism?
Sure.
Were they notified?
That I don't know. I know one of the members brought it up, and our members are pretty thorough, so I would suspect that they had. But if they don't, we'll try to make
You'll let
sure.
them
Some of us do some stuff with the BEA and stuff, so I'm sure we can get someone there.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to make one statement, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, that last year we had Fish and Game Committee and Recreation Resources and Development were invited to an ATV ride in Berlin last year, and quite a lot of members attended. And I want to say thank you. It was a fun day, and I think it opened questions on how things work and really maybe spotlighted some of the issues that are out there, and how we're trying to come with a resolution to some of those.
Thank you. And just for the record, I'd like to thank Representative Davis and Representative Nab that serve on this committee. And I'll give an extra shout out to Representative Smith, who I serve with, and Representative Ronzullo, my prior chair, that were both very active and highly supported this committee over the many years that they served on it. Thank you. And blue sheets and online? One and one online, and we're checking the blue sheets. So as my practice is growing, I ask, is there anybody against this bill? Nobody, I don't see anybody against it. Would someone, since we reserve the right to exec bills that, after we hear them, can we move to exec on this? I don't see any objection. Who would like to make a motion? Representative Vale, you know that means you write the report. Go ahead.
I would like to speak to my motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just that I think this is
Your motion is to OTP.
ought to pass.
Okay.
Thank you.
And it's seconded by Representative Davis for the record. Yes, Representative Vale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to support the commission. I believe they've done some incredible work over the years and working with Suzanne Smith and Representative Ranzullo as well on the commission. I just know that it's been successful in the past and we need to continue. And I think this extension is perfectly timed. So I appreciate that this bill was brought forward.
Thank you. Does the second wish to speak?
I would just like to say thank you to Representative Vale for her support, and I totally concur with her comments.
Any other comments? Representative Darby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I support this bill. I do have a couple of comments about the bill and about the commission that I just wanted to make. First, with respect to the Department of Tourism, we have invited them to past committees that I've been a part of, funding Fish and Game, for example, and they were not able to provide support. So I'm hopeful, but not, but a bit skeptical that they will be able to actually attend this. I am interested in understanding how they could play a bigger role in supporting OHRVs in the state. But with respect to the commission itself, and I appreciate Representative Ouellette for setting up the trips that I've been able to partake in the last couple of years, I believe, up to Jericho Park, which were informative. But after the last the trip in 2025, some members of this committee met with some of the abutters from Berlin and surrounding towns and expressed their concerns both about OHRVs as well as about the effectiveness of the commission and representing the abutters' concerns in that commission. I would urge that if the commission is going to continue for another 3 years, as stated in this bill, that we find ways, potentially, as was suggested by the last speaker, of finding ways to work more closely with the abutters to, for example, not the last speaker, but to get the OHRVs off the streets. I think that is a real problem that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Any other speakers on the motion? Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a comment, not a question so much, but I'd like to reinforce what Representative Darby just said. As Mr. Wilkie pointed out, moving the vehicles off the road, as you know, is a big issue in the town of Windsor at this time. So I'm glad to hear what Mr. Wilkie said about that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to read the roll.
Representative Dunn,
Yes.
Representative Gould is absent. Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Donnelly,
Yes.
Representative Bridle,
Yes.
Representative Dupont,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Tremblay,
Yes.
Representative Nab,
Yes.
Representative Vale,
Yes.
Representative Baldwin,
Yes.
Representative Darby, Representative Ryan,
Yes.
Representative Juris,
Yes.
Representative Sergeant,
Absent. He was.
missed that. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
14-0.
14-0. Can we put that on consent? Yeah. No objection, so we'll put that on consent. Thank you very much. I now open the hearing on HB 1089, extending the authorization of the Department of Environmental Services for the evaluation and mitigation of new community water system contamination risks. And our prime sponsor is Representative Donnelly, who I'm sure filled out a pink slip someplace. It's in her hand. It will come. Our prime sponsor, Representative Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the committee for hearing this. I was approached by DES, and you will hear from Mr. Kernan himself to talk a little bit more about this. This basically is some just additional wording to be added into the Groundwater Protection Act, provides framework for the management of groundwater. Basically, you know, we want to continue to make sure that we're managing the making sure we have no unmitigated impact to existing wells that are private, and the water supplies are staying clean and healthy. So at this point, I'd love to make sure the real technical terms and technical information will be coming from DES. But I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions of the representative? Seeing none, we'll call up now Mr. Kiernan from the DES. It's the only other pink card I have at this time. Mr. Kiernan.
Good morning. I'm Brandon Kernan. I'm the administrator of the Drinking Water and Groundwater Bureau. Among other things, we regulate the public water systems in the state. We support House Bill 1089. It's a piece of legislation that we requested assistance with getting proposed and hopefully passed. And what it does is it's a housekeeping bill. It clarifies that when we're assessing a proposed new community water supply well, that we can address if there's contamination nearby, that we make sure it doesn't spread that contamination to impact other existing wells. State law right now clearly has language to address that for what we call large groundwater withdrawals. Those are withdrawals that exceed 57,600 gallons a day or 40 gallons a minute if you pump all day long. For the smaller withdrawals, community wells, we address this in rule right now, so statute really wouldn't change what we do, but it just clarifies the statute, aligns it with the large community well language to say that we can address contamination. We believe we have authority under some broader sections of statute, but this just explicitly addresses that situation. And it's been brought up here and there over time, so it would be helpful just to clarify that in statute for us. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this, I have two questions, but I'll just limit it to this one. Thank you. So this basically talks about applying, I think, 3 sections. This will add a 3rd section of the large groundwater withdrawals to the smaller groundwater withdrawals, but it doesn't include a whole bunch of other subsections, B, D, E, F, G, H, I, K. Can you explain why some and not others?
Yes, back in 1998, the legislature, based on some impacts to private wells from large groundwater withdrawals, the ones that exceed 57,600 gallons a day, established all this criteria that we must proactively address when we look at a proposed large withdrawal. A large withdrawal by its nature can dewater a larger area of aquifer, impact other wells, impact wetlands, rivers, and lakes. But they decided that's a very complicated, costly, and long process to do all the things, and so they segregated it and kept the criteria away from the smaller withdrawals, which really don't cause that degree of impacts, just to be practical with permitting and costs and timelines and things like that.
Any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishes to speak on HB 1089? Anyone else wishes to speak on HB 1089? Seeing none, blue sheets.
Mine are 4, 4, 0. We have 1 in support.
Is there anyone against this bill? No one against the bill. We reserve the right to exec them during the day after we hear them. So why don't we exec this bill? And maybe Representative Donnelly might have a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. Yes, I'd like to make a motion of OTP for HB 1089.
And Representative Nab, you're going to second that?
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by, does the maker wish to speak on this motion?
I think we're good. We just heard all the testimony, so I appreciate everyone's time.
Second? Do you wish to speak? Anyone else want to speak on the motion OTP of HB 1089? Seeing no hands raised, the clerk will read the roll.
Representative Dunn,
Yes.
Representative Gould is absent. Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Donnelly,
Yes.
Representative Bridle,
Yes.
Representative Dupont,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Tremblay,
Yes.
Representative Nab,
Yes.
Representative Vale,
Yes.
Representative Baldwin,
Yes.
Representative Darby, Representative Ryan,
Yes.
Representative Juris,
Yes.
and Representative Sergeant's absent. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
14-0.
14-0 consent. No objection to consent, so we'll place that on consent. And that will close HB 1089, and we're scheduled to come, actually, we're 15 minutes early, huh? So, great job today, everyone working hard. So you have an extra 15 minutes for your lunch. We will reconvene at 1 p.m. to take up HB 1095. Thank you very much.
Scrambling along, yes. Hey, so far so good. I like it when it's not too much testimony. Testimony slows us down.
All right. Yeah, I know I'm not gonna make it. Yeah,
Opening the hearing on HB 1095, increasing the maximum weight of a utility terrain vehicle to 3,000 pounds. Our first speaker is the prime sponsor, Representative Willett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee members. You'll see going around, there is a amendment to this bill I had put in. And basically what it does, it takes the weight limit completely off. So there'll be no weight limit for OHRVs. And I'll explain the thought behind it. Last year in Maine, they had a 2,000 pound weight limit and enforced it. The state of Maine saw a tremendous amount of lost revenue from sales and tourist dollars, as well as registrations, because there was a large majority of the off-road vehicles that did not make the weight limit. So Maine has coming up in their legislative session this year to change their weight limit to 3,500 pounds. My thought originally to do the 3,000 pounds was to make current units in compliance with the rules, because we know that many of the newer, and not so much newer, but the two-seaters and a lot of the four-seaters are more than 2,000 pounds right from the factory. And at the same time, trying to open the door to our manufacturers for electric OHRVs. We all know we have a noise problem, and this might be a small part of it, but it could be a solution to some of the noise problem. As I mentioned earlier, we had a field trip last year, and went up to Jericho Park, and a lot of the folks had a chance to ride some of the OHRVs, go on the trails. But I don't know if they realized it, that the majority of the OHRVs on that ride were illegal because of weight. And I'd challenge anybody who was on that ride to show where the illegal ones, overweight, did any more trail damage than the ones that were legal. So as we've all talked in the past, a lot of this stuff, and a credit to the 1188 Commission to talk about legislation. And that was the reason that I made this amendment. At our last meeting, we talked about the weight limit, and the board, the commission decided it was best to take the weight limit off. We had a vote of all the members there, and I'm going to give you the vote count as I recollect. 8 in support, 0 against, and I think we had 4 abstentions. But not a single member of that commission at that meeting voted against taking the weight limit off OHRVs in New Hampshire. I'm be glad to take anybody's questions.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I just have a question on your amendment. It says having capacity for passengers or other payloads, dry weight, comma, and not to exceed 65 inches. Is that meant to read that way, or is the dry weight supposed to be stricken?
Yeah, this is a definition we have in RSAs right now, and basically all they did was just remove the weight part of it. And the 50 inches.
So my question is the words dry weight there on line 11.
Yes.
Are those also supposed to be stricken? It doesn't like exactly make sense to me as read, but I might be misreading it.
I'm sorry, which line? I'm sorry.
Line 11 in the amendment.
It can be stricken. I mean, it's not needed.
Thank you. That's all.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again, Representative Roulette, for taking my question. I was looking through the original bill. This amendment seems to basically just strike the weights that were updated in the original bill, so I think this still applies. that these weight limits and the removal of the weight limits seems to only apply to Coos County, portions of the Amanuset Trail, and portions of the Warren Recreational Trail, as well as Jericho State Park. Is that the limitation? Is that all this applies to?
Pretty much, yes, because everywhere else in the state is at that narrow 50-inch, and up north we're at the 65. And as part of the discussion we went through on the commission, that was one of the, because we talked a lot about weight and getting heavier and heavier and heavier. And it came to the conclusion, after hearing some testimony of some of the members, was that we're going to be limited by weight because of width. You get much heavier, you're going to be much top heavier, they're not going to be safe. So they didn't feel that the weight limit was going to be a factor because the width is really going to be a factor. And we're not proposing or contemplating making any changes in width.
Representative Bridle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I was on that field trip that you mentioned last year, and I've subsequently, due to the exposure I had on that field trip, took another trip myself over the summer to see more of our northern country. One of the things I witnessed up is those trails, some of them that were still active, there was active, I would refer to it as heavy duty logging equipment that were utilizing some of the same trails that we were using. And without a load of logs on these vehicles that were up there, which I would compare them to like the size of a tractor trailer almost. I can only imagine with a full load of timber on these things that they would be up into the 100,000 pound. They really are quite big machines. Where it's limited by the 65 inches, do you think that limiting it to 3,000 pounds or the weight limit at all would affect the trails more than any of these logging trucks would? I mean, these trucks are pretty massive.
Thank you for the question, and that's a good question. I know in my club, the Metallic ATV Club, we're the largest club in the state, membership-wise, and one of the largest mileage-wise. We have over 100 miles of trail, which it interconnects with all the other trails in the area. There's a big portion of our trails that are on the logging roads, and the logging roads, like you said, when they're hauling wood out, the trucks are approaching 100,000 pounds, and hauling equipment in and out, they are approaching 150,000 pounds. So I don't know that a 3,000 pound vehicle has a lot of effect on it. Now, a lot of the parts that aren't active roads are through trails or are old logging roads. And I know my club alone averages close to $125,000 a year in trail maintenance, keeping those older roads or logging roads up. And even some of the Class 6 roads, we work very closely with the towns to grade, add gravel, because the towns, as you know, on the Class 6 road, it's not maintenance. Town can't maintain the road, but the club can. So we'll put gravel down, we'll put calcium down, we'll grade them, and it's just been a very cooperative and successful relationship.
Any other questions? Representative Davis?
Thank you, Chairman Harb, and thank you, Representative Willett. So these machines that you're talking about with the added weight, the width is the same. In your opinion, would you say these machines they're not racing machines, they're not dirt bikes, they're not things that could possibly tear up the trail? It's more a recreational type of vehicle?
I would agree, especially the heavier ones, because usually they're four-seaters or family-type vehicles. But our sport suffers like every other sport. You have a few of the cowboys out there that make it hard for everyone, but the majority, it's I'm out there with my wife and my family and my grandkids, and we're out there for a Sunday afternoon drive. We're not out there to tear anything up, and I think that we talked a little bit earlier about education, and I think that's going to be a very important part, because as a longtime member and snowmobile club president and being part of the ATV, we all know that without our landowners, we don't have anything. We need to take care of them.
Any other questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Supporting the bill, Teresa Lambert, representing herself. from Meriden.
Hello, Commission, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm Teresa Lambert. I am a resident landowner in Meriden, New Hampshire, on Sullivan County. I'm an ATV enthusiast with decades of experience and volunteer service. I serve as secretary of Sullivan County ATV Club. I'm secretary of the New Hampshire Off-Highway Vehicle Association, and I've worked with the National Off-Highway Vehicle Conservation Council. I'm speaking here today for myself and my family, and we love riding. These larger, the 65-inch vehicles are driven by moms, dads, grandparents, and we're just not out there to rip up the trails. Some of the concerns spoken are from those who just don't have the experience with these trails and are making assumptions based off of what they fear will happen. New Hampshire laws and regulations for OHRVing are very, very confusing to everyone involved, the riders, the landowners, everybody who comes to visit the state. It's hard to discern whether, what's legal, what's not legal a lot of times. And so what we really need is a coordinated effort for education with coordination with the clubs, NOVA, Fish and Game, and the Trails Bureau, and we have those relationships built with those state agencies to get that done. Having any designated weight limit at all opens up a can of worms, especially if there can be no resource for enforcement. So I'm asking the commission to please consider this amendment to remove any weight designation for a more meaningful outcome to what we have on the books. Thank you very much.
Will you take any questions?
Sure.
Are there any questions? I don't see any. Thank you for your
Okay, thank you.
testimony. Also in support of the bill, Daniel Carvey from Polaris Industries with written testimony.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time.
You have to.
Better, can you hear me? Sorry. Mr. Chairman, my name is Daniel Carey. I'm here representing Polaris Industries, and I'm here in support of HB 1095 and would ultimately ask for your support for the bill. I'd come here as drafted, but we would also support the amendment with removal of the weight restriction. Ultimately, what this bill is doing, while it may seem like a small statutory change in removing, as originally drafted, the 2,000-pound weight limit, I think would ultimately have a significant impact on the power sports community here in New Hampshire, really just by modernizing what is allowed to be used on the trails by consumers and users in the power sports space here in the state. Proposals like this are ones that I've personally worked on and that we've seen in states around the country. We have 42 states now that have a weight limit greater than 2,000 pounds or even no weight limit at all. That's a fairly commonplace law or regulation to see across the country, which is typically due to, as some folks have mentioned, second rows, cabbed units, HVAC systems. There's a number of different features that are included, some of the more modern side-by-sides or UTVs that do increase the weight, which is why ultimately these states take the position they do. I do know that there have been concerns stated with regard to trail damage because of the weight. That's not a unique argument for New Hampshire. We've seen that in other states as well. Thankfully, that's ultimately not the case, and the science behind it would show that the weight of these heavier units is ultimately displaced by the non-highway tires, or in some places it's defined as a low-pressure tire, because it displaces evenly that weight across the trail system or the road on which it's riding. So the rutting or the concerns that you would have strictly related to the weight would not be applicable here. Ultimately, what we feel like the bill does, again, is it modernizes the statute and the opportunity for users and consumers in the state of New Hampshire to be able to take advantage of some of the more modern safety and comfort features that states across the country are already utilizing. So with that, I'll stop and happy to stand for any questions, but do very much appreciate the opportunity to be here in your time. Thank you.
Senator Tremblay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In your professional opinion,
a heavier vehicle, would that be a safer vehicle than one that was lighter?
Typically, we've seen that because of the more modern features, it can be safer.
Thank you.
Madam Bridle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Some of these newer UTVs that are coming out now, I mean, when I went on my last trip, we got a four-seater, so my daughter could join us in the trip. Seemed like a pretty big machine. I have a feeling that some of these newer machines are coming out wouldn't even meet the cutoff of 2,000 pounds. So it seems like as we're moving forward, these machines may get more safer, more upgrades, or even electric battery. It seems like that 2,000 pound limit is going to be difficult to receive for even like a stock machine. You find that that's the case?
It is, as we've talked to our engineers and we've tried to kind of project out, because I know we've met with other legislatures, they've said, we don't want to have to come back to revisit this year after year after year to try and increase the weight. So I think removing the weight limit altogether and keeping a width restriction in place makes a lot of sense. It's what other states have done. To your point, our engineers have said that right now, as we project out, our model years are usually 3, 4, 5 years out as we look to try and plan these products. 3,500 pounds is kind of the range in which we'd be looking. But, again, we're not the only OEM in the space, but there are other manufacturers out there that do manufacture similar vehicles. But that's kind of the number that we've looked at. And that when we've gone to different states, I was just in Nebraska last year, and then we removed the weight limit altogether. But when they asked, we've typically said about 3,500 pounds is what, ideally we would look to be at.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and taking my question. I just want to ask about your information sheet because it says the fastest growing segment is less than 2,500 pounds and less than 5% of the market is more than 2,500 pounds ATV purchase. So how does that match the 3,500?
The alligator miles may be misconstrued on there because typically we see about 2,200 to 2,900 is the poundage that we see of those units that are fastest growing the segment. We kind of fall into 3 categories or buckets. So we have our Ranger, which is kind of our utility model. We have the General, which is kind of our hybrid model. It's a mix between the RZR and the Ranger. And then you also have the RZR, which is more of the sport models. The biggest segment for us as a company is the Ranger models. And those on the cab units, especially when you start getting the HVAC, are upwards of 2,500 to about 2,900 pounds.
Follow up.
I mean, you might need to address your greater than or less than sign.
Thank you for
if it's
calling that out.
incorrect. All right, thank you.
Other questions? Anybody new? Go ahead.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and thank you again for my subsequent question. Based on your industry knowledge, I noticed when we went out on our legislative field trip this year that some of the law enforcement vehicles that were out there, once you start adding on the HVAC to the cab units, and that doesn't even include rescue equipment or first aid supplies or anything that would help in a public safety role, all of that added weight does your company for a law enforcement branded machine that you would sell to a municipality, if that's fully loaded, that can't be coming in at 2,000 pounds. And I would have a hard time believing that 3,500 for a fully loaded UTV for public safety would fit even the 3,500 pound threshold. Do you find that that's in the ballpark, if that makes sense?
Thank you for the question. I'd like to get you the specific information on that because we do have a government defense side of our business who specifically, I was actually at a conference just outside of Minneapolis, and some of our government defense people had our machines there on display, and they come upfit specifically for backcountry rescues, backboards, things of that nature for fire and others. So if I could follow up, it'd be okay with you to get you the information on it specifically, but generally speaking, to your point, yes, they're well above 2,000 pounds.
Anybody else? I have one question. Assume I'm a person that really isn't excited about making it no limit, would 3,500 pounds, 3,500, yeah, that's right, 3,500 pounds be a number that you would feel comfortable with to place instead of the 2?
We would support both, yes, sir. I mean, 3,500, as I said, is the one our engineering team has said is kind of what we've projected out for our units, for our manufacturing. Again, I don't speak for all the other manufacturers.
No, but for you, that would be
Yes, sir.
acceptable.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The length of these ATVs, are they growing also? Because we don't have a length limit. So do you sell ATVs that are 6, 8 passenger, 10 passenger?
For military applications, but not
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
commercial purposes.
Yeah, okay. Do you see that in the future?
I haven't talked to our engineering team about that. I wouldn't, just because of wheelbase and turning radius. I think that would be a
Yeah.
little difficult on a lot of the trails.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you all very much.
Last pink card I have, in opposition to the bill, Jason Stock. New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. He was here. Maybe he's in the hall. Well, there he is. He's hiding in the back row. A lot of trees died with this, Mr. Stock. That's why he supports the trees.
Don't forget the Rockingham.
Mr. Stock.
Thank you. And thank you for your indulgence this afternoon. For the record, I'm Jason Stock. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. And we come here today in opposition to this bill for the same reasons we opposed House Bill 174 last year, which was, I believe, a 3,500 pound increase. And it's an impact to roads and infrastructure, which affects management and affects landowners' bottom line. You heard from the prior speaker that, landowners are the base of this trail system. When you start getting impacts and cost impacting your ability to own and manage that land, it kind of shifts from that asset to a liability. And then you start looking to do something else with the land, or you've got to change something. And in preparing for this hearing today, I reached out to three of the larger landowners in Coos County and said, I did say, send me some dirty pictures, but I said, tell me what's going on. How is this affecting your impact? And a couple of the comments were, it's no longer an issue of a couple yahoos or bad apples. There's so much traffic. And you got to remember, you're using woods roads. These are not engineered paved highways. These are woods roads. And yes, they do accommodate logging traffic on a very intermittent basis, but they're woods roads that aren't an engineered surface. And so the impact just from volume and throw on top of that an increase of the weight of that volume, you're going to just see more impacts. It's just simple physics. And when I asked, I said, well, what's the cost? And they were very, to a member, they were very quick to say, look, this Trails Bureau, the clubs are great. They do their best. They try to manage this. They kick in where they can. But again, when you're talking about the volume of roads that we're talking about, and these are roads, they're trails, but they're also used for access, as you heard earlier in the testimony. They're used for access to go in and do forestry work, remove forest products, etc. They said they can't keep up. And if I need to move a crew onto a lot, I can't wait to get a grant and aid package approved. I need to move on it. And I said, so what are the costs? They said, well, a load of gravel's around $350. So if I need to bring in a load of gravel, just a single load of gravel, it's about $350. And if I need dozer time, if I need to bring in a bulldozer, because some of the damage, and I'll show you in the photos here in a second, some of the damage, it's no longer just the issue of, well, let's just run a York rake over this. I got to bring in a dozer. I've got to regrade. I've got to recrown the road. I've got to work on the ditches. And that's about $100 to $125 an hour. So you can imagine how that price tag kind of ramps up pretty quickly. And, you know, the other concern that was expressed is, and again, I limited my comments to Coos County, but I've heard this from other members that say, look, yes, this is Coos County. I buy an OHRV and I have this super duper OHRV that's, you know, well, 3,500, 4,000, whatever the number is that we're looking at here, if it's unlimited. And I say, geez, I'd like to try the Rockingham County Trail, or I'd like to try what some other trail. Again, assuming I can get through the gates or whatever, who's to say I can't do it? Yeah, I mean, again, it's like, unless you're going to put signage up on every single trail with expressing a weight limit, it's just impractical. And again, if I spent the money, I joined a club, I got my registration, darn it, that's a state trail. I'd like to ride on it. So on the pictures, the first one, I wanted to just point out on this one, there used to be ditches there. There used to be ditches there. And you'll notice on the left side, on the outside of the curve, you notice a nice pile or row or kind of a furrow of gravel and fines that kind of get kicked off. The next two photos are photos showing what happens when you can't get the water off a road. You get mud holes, and guess what? The mud holes get wider and wider and wider as people drive around them. This is a pretty good photo showing kind of the extent of what you can expect to see over time when you have a lot of traffic, and you see that on the left-hand side, you see the furrow of gravel, cobbles, and fines. Again, that's something a York rake isn't going to take care of. We're talking dozer time now for this road. And again, to prep that road for a logging operation or a forestry operation, that's what you're going to look at. Photo with the pickup truck, that's the Forester, again, shows the cobbles. And last, but certainly not least, not all these roads are used. Here's a road that's, obviously, it's been gated. It's not being used for forestry operations, but at some point it will be, and you could see what's happening with it in terms of erosion. So the next time they do decide, all right, we're going to go do a forestry project down that road, okay, let's go out. Let's send out the forester. Let's cruise that timber. Let's mark that lot. They go out there. They're the first thing they're going to say, all right, you know, the landowner, land manager, first thing we need to do is we need to get that road in shape. And the next question will be, well, how much is that going to cost me? So again, you know, we appreciate, our members appreciate, obviously they allow OHRV. They recognize that they're an important part of this equation. They also recognize this is an important part of the economy up there. But this needs to be a more symbiotic relationship. If you're going to start increasing weight limits, how about looking at doing more on the enforcement side and ensuring that they are in fact enforced? And again, you know, the other question or comment is, you know, you start removing any weight limit. When does it end where I go out and I buy a Willys type Jeep or something of that nature and register it? And these were questions that our folks had is, you know, where does this go? If I can make it through that portal or that gate, and I can ride any weight on it, then why not? On the logging piece, and I appreciate the comment. Yes, they're about 99,000 pounds is the gross vehicle weight of a truck and trailer combo carrying logs and timber or pulpwood or biomass chips. And in that case, the thing that we like to, in that case, you're going to want obviously an engineered, or not an engineered, but a smooth surface. Again, trying to run something like that across that road with that pickup truck, you'd have to have a very brave driver to say, all right, take your truckload, especially in the winter. And so you have to go in, and before you even bring that truck in, you have to grade it and prep the road. And yes, there are impacts, and you continue to, that's just part of what you do, is you grade it. Fortunately, a lot of these timber sales also occur in the winter months when you have frozen ground. And in those cases, you know, the erosion and the water piece isn't quite as bad because, well, it's frozen ground. So yes, and we're able to coexist, and we recognize that, you know, there's issues, but again, there also needs to be a recognition that there's a cost to the landowners. They're not getting paid to allow this recreation on their property, and so I just come today and express concern and opposition to this bill, and I'm happy to try and answer any questions.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Stock, for taking my question. I've got just one question: is the landowners, do you have any knowledge of them reaching out to the clubs or the Trail Bureau to ask for help with repairing these roads if there's been damage done?
Absolutely. They work closely with the trail clubs. They work closely with the state. But again, it's a function of resources and having enough resources at the club level or at the state level. I mean, that's the point. They do reach out. They work cooperatively with them. Yes.
I've got
Follow up.
Yes, please. Thank you. You had mentioned about Jeeps, coming out and finding Jeeps. I think that's the reason for the width limitation, so a Jeep wouldn't be able to get through the gates.
Yeah, and again, the point about the Jeeps was that if I got say an old Army Jeep or something very narrow, you know, that was a question that was raised to me, is at what point, again, you raise this, you eliminate a weight limit, people can get and will get very creative at what they want to run across that road or that trail. And that was they said that's an example of something that we could expect to probably see. If I got a narrow Jeep, you know, that's something we could expect to see in the future. Again, it was just a concern that was raised. You start removing limits, you're not sure where you're going to land or what you're going to end up on those trails.
Thank you.
Representative DuPont.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you foresee the landowners deciding to close the roads down? Did they mention that? Like, okay, if this keeps up, I'm closing it down?
They are very hesitant to say, I'm going to close it, but, this is the big but, I have a as a land manager, as a forester, I have a fiduciary responsibility to my client, which is the landowner. And at some point, they said, you know, this can become this. We're not there yet. And again, the point of this bill, keep pushing. We're not there yet. But at some point, you will start to reach that tipping point where this is no longer an asset, and I have to do something different. Yeah. And so that's the comment. And I'm not coming in here today threatening trail closures or anything like that. But what I am saying is keep pushing, and you know that's the comment that I've gotten loud and clear from them.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Nab, then Representative Bridle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I seem to recall the last time we had similar legislation, you spoke for the Farm Bureau and they were also opposed. Do you know if that's the same?
They are, and Robert Johnson was unable to attend today. He did submit electronic testimony. He sent me a copy. So you get a 2 from me today.
Maybe I've not seen it, but maybe.
He emailed me what he submitted through the portal or that process. Yeah. Same concerns though.
Just if you wouldn't mind, thank you for the question, for taking my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. When a landowner that is considering allowing OHRV use on their land, this is something that I'm assuming they're familiar with the type of activities that are going on, so that this is a possibility on their land. I mean, that's something that they I'm assuming that they're aware of it, at least at a base level, before allowing these clubs to go in and there. I'm not too familiar with the landowner club relationship. So is that something that's spoken of before they enter into an agreement?
Yeah, I think the landowners are aware of the potential damage. There's no question. I think the other thing that needs to be kept in mind is that when a lot of these landowners started allowing OHRVs, there was a heck of a lot less of them. You know, and you go up there today, particularly you go up in the summer on a Friday evening, they're everywhere on public roads as well. And the sport's grown, and that's great for the economy. We get that. But there's also a cost to that, and that's the cost that we bear. And so when these landowners did enlist, again, this was a comment that was received, they said, look, you know, when I did it, you know, I'd see a couple hundred up there on a weekend. Now it's well beyond that. And so, again, the roads they're on the edge, but again, I just a cautionary point here in that you keep pushing on this. At some point, you're going to tip over the edge. Thank you.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Stock, for taking my question. I'm wondering if you can describe what benefits the landowners perceive from opening their lands up besides sort of giving back to the communities for the economic development, because it seems that they can keep their current land in current use even with recreation benefit without allowing OHRV access.
Great question, and I asked that question. Why do you bother? And it's really, they're part of the community. It's a goodwill. We're part of this community. We recognize this is an important part of the economic fabric up here, you know, and we're willing to take this on. They're not, you know, it's not as if they're getting, like I said, they're not getting a financial benefit out of it. This isn't contributing to the health and welfare of the trees and forest that are growing out there. It really is about goodwill and being a good neighbor, a good member of the community, and that's really the core of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there a difference between current use allowing recreation or motorized recreation? Is there a difference in savings? Do you know?
No, so yeah, I do know. So current use, if you have your land in current use, first you can post land in current use. If you have land in current use, you can take what's called a recreational discount. And this was a program that was set up many, many years ago to encourage landowners to open their land to recreation. It's pedestrian recreation, and there are 6 items in it. It's hunting, fishing, snowshoeing, skiing, nature observation, and I always forget the 6th. But they're all kind of pedestrian recreation. Right now, private land is not assumed open to OHRV recreation unless there's a written agreement or, you know, a state trail of some type, which has a written agreement accompanying it. So the fact that you have OHRV trails on your property does not influence your recreational. You could have an OHRV trail and still post against hunting, for instance, but the OHRV is inconsequential to your current use status. You can have non-current use land with an OHRV trail.
Okay, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Stark, I have a question. You've been with us many years, and you know that we always hear from the neighbors about the noise from the OHRV vehicles. And I believe it was last session, a comment was made that if we go electric, the electric vehicles likely weigh more than 2,000 pounds. Do you have anything you could add to that or comment on it?
My only comment is, and I fully appreciate and am sympathetic to some of the testimony you heard where I have a trail in my backyard or on my front road and the traffic. But from a purely silviculture forestry perspective, whether the OHRV is making a sound or whether it's electric, it doesn't matter. And so when we look at these issues, we look at look at it in the context of land management. And so if it's an electric vehicle and it's heavier, that equals more impact on the natural resource as opposed to the aesthetics of sound. And so our opinion is that for us, the increased weight, whether it comes from, cabs, air conditioning systems, or fancy light packages, or an electric unit, for us, it's irrelevant what made it heavier. It's just heavier, and it's just more impact.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Scott? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Speaking in favor of the bill, Steve Wilkie, New Hampshire Off-Highway Vehicle Association.
Chair Harb, House Committee. My name is Stephen Wilkie from New Hampshire Off-Highway Vehicle Association. I'm the operations manager. I sit on the 1188 Study Commission. For clarity, I'm also president of Sullivan County ATV Club and president of Blow Me Down Snow Riders Snowmobile Club in Plainfield. Nova, 23 plus clubs and organizations. We physically maintain over 1,000 miles of trails on public and private land, along with helping New Hampshire Bureau of Trails on 150 miles of state-owned land. Some of our clubs carry memorandums of agreement, now called trail maintenance agreements, to help Bureau of Trails maintain those trails. Over the last 8 years, our clubs have put over $10 million worth of grant and aid into said trails. Many clubs do additional work above and beyond grant and aid to address any landowner trail concerns for trail damage. One of the documents that you got is stapled together. Those are OHRVs and UTVs. Every single one of those machines on those papers have been out there. Some have been out since 2019. Since the cabs and the heat and AC, that was when the weight started going over 2,000 pounds. And that was back in 2018 when those first models first came out. Nova Clubs, who, as I said, maintain these trails, voted twice in the last 2 years to eliminate the weight limit. They realize that they have maintained these trails for this many years with no difference in maintenance. BOT set the precedent to eliminate the weight limit back in 2015 when they passed the 8,500 rules for southern trails. It used to be up to 50 inches and 1,000 pounds, but in their rules, they wrote up to 50-inch OHRVs and left off the weight limit. So the Rockingham Rail Trail, the Sugar River Rail Trail, Hillsborough Rail Trail, Pisgah State Park, and Hopkinton Everett Riding Area all allow the 50-inch UTVs, which weigh 1,400 pounds, 400 pounds over the 1,000-pound weight limit. The UTV laws that we are looking to eliminate the weight limit only pertain to 4 state-owned rail trails in Coos County and Jericho State Park, along with the UTV definition. Now, the UTV definition is provided on the landowner permission form, this form right here, which we at Sullivan County, we mail out to our landowners. We have some landowners in Florida, in North Carolina, in southern New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. Most all of these landowners who have bought the land on our trail system are riders, and they bought it to protect it. So when a landowner receives this permission form, they have 4 boxes that they could check. One is trail bike, one is ATV, one is UTV, and the 4th one is Jeeps and trucks. Yes, landowners can actually allow Jeeps and trucks on their property. And at Sullivan County ATV, up in the cat hole, we have 5 landowners who allow all the vehicles on the trails, which are off from Class 6 roads. So we are dealing with even heavier vehicles than any of these UTVs. So the laws in New Hampshire, it's up to each individual landowner what they allow on their trails. So any landowner over the last 6 years could contact us and say, hey, I don't want UTVs on my land anymore. But you know what? We haven't had any of them. In fact, if anything, we've had a few of them go off and check the Jeeps and trucks to allow up to 72-inch wide machines up there. Because we've got a town north of us, Croydon, who opened up all their roads, Class 5 and Class 6, to OHRVs, which is the umbrella terminology, and has no width or weight limit. Any municipality who opens up their Class 4, 5, or 6 roads to OHRVs, they don't consider the UTV definition because they're not going to put up width limiting devices because they already allow Jeeps and trucks and any other vehicle can get out there. So every ordinance in the state that has a UTV OHRV allowed on the roads, they specify OHRVs and not the UTV definition that the state was. In fact, in 2022, we worked with Jason Stock with a law that said if any landowner, a butter, can show that the road has been deteriorated by recreational use, they can petition the town to close it to recreational use. That has now been put into law, and there are many towns who have changed their Class 6 roads to A or B trails to eliminate Jeeps or trucks. So our bridges are intended to be strong enough to take maintenance vehicles, backhoes, or excavators. Most OHRV trails are shared with snowmobile clubs. Their groomers are 10,000, 15,000 pounds with the groomer and the drag. So those bridges already can take that. My local club was originally designed for ATVs and trail bikes. We had some narrow bridges. So what we did, we pulled out another telephone pole, put it right along the edge, extended the side. Now we've got a bridge wide enough and it keeps those out of the water where they were going around the bridge to get through, even though they were out there. Timber owners have allowed tree harvesters, 40,000 pound tree harvesters, as we heard, the 120,000 pound logging trucks on their property. And they have the final say on which type of OHRV is used on their property. So over the last 15 years, some of our clubs up north have put in bridges that can take 120,000 pound logging trucks with OHRV funds. So our riders have actually paid for bridges that allow the logging operations to go on. We have really worked hand in hand with Bureau of Trails, landowners, and the loggers to make this work. My local club had actually just put a 60,000 pound bridge on a Class 6 road. And then the year after, a logger comes in to go logging and he said, Steve, you know, I really wished you had put in a 120,000 pound bridge instead of a 60,000 pound bridge. And he had to bring in a steel structure that went over it to get his logging trucks and equipment and skidders back out. So This logger owns a bulldozer, he owns all the equipment, and he is actually going to end up making some of these Class 6 roads so that people can drive out there in a Prius. So Fish and Game doesn't carry scales, nor are they going to trust what a manufacturer says what a machine actually weighs. If you look at the pictures that I sent out of the OHRVs, if you Can-Am actually puts estimated dry weight limit 2,000 pounds. You know why? Because they know we have the law of 2,000 pounds. Those machines are 4-seaters. They're probably 2,150 dry weight. But they put it there, so now Maine is registering those under 2,000 pounds, even though they're already overweight. So to even consider a weight limit is fruitless. On the state-owned trails, we have a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, which, when followed, weight has little to no effect. Even a Jeeper truck at 25 miles an hour isn't going to damage a trail or a road. Width limiting devices like gates or boulders are the only successful way to limit machine size. That is what Bureau Trails does on their rail trails, and at Jericho State Park, they have gates that are set at 68 inches, and if the machine goes through, people are riding. Nobody is enforcing or even thinking about enforcing any kind of weight limit at all. When I called 6 of my landowners and I asked them, did you know there was a weight or width limit on a UTV? They said no. So when you refer back to this, nowhere on there does it refer to any width limit for ATVs or width limit for UTVs or any weight limit for either. So they are really just seeing whether it's a trail bike, an ATV, which is kind of ride on a seat or saddle, or a UTV, which is designed for off-road use or adapted for off-road use right in the definition. So it makes little sense. When I contacted some of the dealers, the OHRV dealers, they kind of knew about 65-inch width, but none of them knew about weight. They're getting machines in from the dealers, from the manufacturers, and they're selling them. A lot of riders and owners don't even know there's a weight limit. The only place you really see a weight limit is in the one blurb in the OHRV Digest and on the map that NOVA puts out on our website at nova.org. Nova.org is something that we have put together for all the information, and from there it branches out to all the clubs. So the other thing is, when a landowner gives permission on ATV or trail bike, Fish and Game does not enforce trail permissions. They're only going to enforce things that are in law. So just because we have a definition, they aren't going to enforce that definition on private land. It's up to the landowner and the club to limit that use. And again, the only sensible way is gates to measure the width. Having a weight limit could affect tourism. As we heard from the sponsor of the bill, Maine put in a 2,000 pound limit, and they tanked on their income for that. And in Maine, I've been watching the debate. The clubs in the northern part of the state don't want any limits, but the clubs in the southern part of the state do want limits. So now they've pitted one against each other, and they should be all working for the common goal. So Maine has been dealing with this. Vermont has dealt with this. New York is currently dealing with this. New York is talking about putting in a width limit of 84 inches, but 2,000 pounds. That makes zero sense. So this law, when it was put in, is really a feel-good law with no practical way to enforce. Just like any other vehicle out on the roads, it is the operator of the machine not the machine itself that would damage any trails. So just year before last, we put in a bill and it passed law that any vehicle registered for highway use cannot be used on designated OHRV trails. The main goal was because in Montana, they have a loophole where someone from New Hampshire can create an LLC, have their machine registered in Montana, get a street legal plate, put DOT tires on their side-by-side, and ride it anywhere. So in order to eliminate them from driving on the road to our trails, we put in this law so that if it's registered for road use, it can't be operated on the trails. And that is also in our OHRV digest. So if there's any concerns about someone taking a Jeep or any of these Kia trucks or anything, driving it on the road, then to our trails, Fish and Game has a viable way to enforce that. So for all these reasons, I encourage this committee to consider the amendment to eliminate the weight limit, let us clubs do the maintenance and the landowner relations, and allow the education to become easier for everyone involved in this. Tourism will help, it'll help the landowners, it'll help the clubs, it'll help everyone in the state. So please, I would encourage you to accept the amendment and vote ought to pass. Thank you, and I'm willing to take any questions.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wilkie, for taking my question, and I appreciate your passion for this sport. I'm amazed at the amount of money that you've raised and spent on these trails. Can you talk about how you're able to raise all those funds?
So our funds come from registration. So the registration, we have two categories. We've got ATV and other OHRV, then we've got trail bike. We've got out-of-state, in-state, and then we've got club member, non-club member. And currently we have the 10-day temporary, but we're trying to get rid of that. So we've got 8 categories. Out of that registration funds, all of that money first goes to Fish and Game. They take money out for law enforcement, for education, and running the registration program. Then they put all the rest of the money over to Bureau of Trails. Bureau of Trails takes a small amount for management of their office, administration of the grant and aid, and maintaining state-owned trails. What's left is the grant and aid. And for the last 8 years, we have approved 1.2 million in grants each year to roughly, it's between 16 and 18 clubs out of our 23 clubs who apply for grants each year. These clubs have to actually do the work, pay for this work, then they get 80% reimbursement for any rental equipment or subcontractors, or 100% for materials. So each year, our clubs are applying for grant and aid and then putting it out there. And if you still have money on the table and a landowner says, I need some help, we can do a change of scope of work and change one project to another project with that grant and aid money. And we've done that quite often. The other thing that NOVA has done is we put in a clause where clubs can apply for $10,000 reserve fund for any storm damage. We have really suffered the last 6 years, about every other year, from storm damage. Storm damage does 10 times the amount of damage than any of these machines would ever do. So we have, each club now puts in for 10 grand. It's a little placeholder. If you get major storm damage, you can get all the landowner permission, fill out the forms, and apply for that money to be applied. So we all have that. It originally started for winter storm damage because oftentimes with the heated, 9 mud seasons in a winter, we would get a lot of washouts before the trails even opened. So we started at winter storm damage, and then we had some July storms. So the last 8,500 rules that was changed, we changed that to just storm damage versus winter storm damage.
One follow-up.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Just so you said 100% of materials, 80% of the work. So that means that clubs are also chipping in above and beyond from club memberships or something?
Yes. So in 2018, which is when I was brought into Nova, was the club incentive program. So when you join a club, you get a voucher which gets you $30 off every registration in your name. So that encourages people to join a club and gives the clubs the money. Before 2018, some clubs didn't have but 30, 40 members, maybe $750 in the bank. Since then, Sullivan County went up to 350 members, and now we have $14,000 in the bank. And we've been able to match that. Originally, it was 40% match, but we worked at the 8,500 rules to make it to 80% because that's what we would bring in for membership to make that work.
So, Mr. Wilkie, I have a question for you. I looked at all your pictures. And I own a horse, not an off-track vehicle.
I used to own horses too.
But the maximum weight estimate, dry weight of all these pictures is 3323 pounds. Just a question for you. If one were not receptive to eliminating totally the weight limit, are you, as an alternative, okay with 3,500 pounds?
I would, so let me, as I stated earlier, Nova, which is all the clubs, each club has a director to Nova. They voted the last 2 years to eliminate it. Last year's bill that we introduced was 3,500 pounds because that seemed to be the industry standard for many other states, and it was something to set. So I do believe that we would probably accept that. The machine you're talking about is a Polaris HD 1500 Ranger, which is really a true utilitarian vehicle. And they are out there right now. I know 3 of them that are out there. So 3,500 would be another feel-good weight limit. But I still don't see any viable way to enforce it, no matter which way you put it. But it would certainly be the compromise.
Thank you. Any other questions from anybody new? No? If not, I'll finish with Representative Darby.
Thank you. Again, Mr. Chair, I do appreciate that. There's a lot of information in this testimony. I appreciate as well, Mr. Wilkie, bringing this permission form. I think it really helps to understand the communication and sort of the opt-in mechanism here. Can you tell me how when a trail owner, landowner opts into, let's say, ATV but not UTV, how the clubs would help that landowner enforce that restriction?
So it has been challenging, but what we do is we put in for a grant for boulders because where we are in Claremont is nothing but granite and everything. You can't plant a pole anywhere. So we have a guy with an excavator plant one boulder, one big boulder. It's width. They go through and that limits it. And we do have a couple of trails that are limited to ATV. We have a lot of trails on our outer perimeter that are class 6 roads that don't have any width or weight limit. Then we have other landowners who, like I said, have allowed Jeeps and trucks. So we don't put that up there. So Bureau of Trails provides us signs that say no highway vehicles. We post those up and we do the best we can. Does it stop everyone? No. The 2% bad actors are going to be bad actors. They're going to cut down a little tree. They're going to go around it. So then we have to place a couple other boulders to do it. But it is kind of like a constant battle to provide what the landowner wants, but we work very hard at that.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Wilkie.
Thank you
for your
very much.
testimony. I don't have any other pink cards. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on HB 1095? I'll ask again, anyone else wanting to speak on HB 1095? I'll close the hearing and ask what the blue sheets and online.
I mean, online, you have 5 support and 5 opposed. You have 1 in support, 1 opposed.
Thank you very much. So that closes HB 1095. Although that's 2, right? So we're okay. So we're going to open the hearing on HB 1141, prohibiting the extraction of groundwater for the purpose of bottling in plastic bottles. First speaker is the prime sponsor, Representative Kaplan.
Good afternoon, Chair Harb and members of the Resource Recreation Committee. I am Representative Tony Kaplan from Merrimack 8, representing the Mink Hill towns of Henniker, Bradford, and Warner. And I'm here to present HB 1141, prohibiting the extraction of groundwater for the purpose of bottling in plastic bottles. This is a simple bill that does what it says. It prohibits any new large groundwater extraction permits if the intended use is commercial or bulk sales of water using plastic as a bottling medium. New Hampshire is blessed with ample groundwater resources that have long benefited our towns, cities, farms, and industries. We have good oversight of our water resource in the Department of Environmental Services Water Division, who carry out extensive testing before granting large groundwater permits. So why do we need this bill? First of all, the world is changing in important ways. We know our climate here in New Hampshire is changing. We are experiencing more common summer droughts, which may constitute a growing crisis in coming years. Globally, we are entering an age of water crisis, according to the United Nations, as water systems relied on by 6 billion people and half of the world's food production are pushed beyond the point of recovery. More than half of the world's large lakes have lost water since the early 1990s. Over 30% of glaciers have disappeared in certain regions. About 410 million acres of natural wetlands, equal to the size of Europe, have been destroyed over the past decades. Here at home in the American Southwest, we face severe threat of chronic water shortages as population growth and urban development clash with climate change and long-term drought. Well, that's there and not here, you might think, but we also know that the water bottling industry is global in reach, and we can see that it's beginning to make inroads here in New Hampshire and in our neighboring states. The bottled water market was valued at $333 billion last year and is projected to grow at 5.5% annually through the early 2030s. North America is the largest bottled water market with roughly 40+% share of the global revenue, valued at $91 billion last year. So there's no question that we need to continue to take steps to protect this resource. But this bill does not seek to disallow large groundwater extractions, only if the intended purpose is bulk sales using plastic bottles. The reason is this: the use of important public resources should be limited in a prudent and common sense way to commercial uses that do not pose a risk to human health or the environment. Anything less is short-sighted and irresponsible. The bottled water market is driven by high consumption of single-use plastic bottles. These plastic bottled water is highly problematic. Plastic bottled water requires 2,000 times as much energy as tap water to produce. This is largely due to plastic production, which fuels climate change since fossil fuels are a key ingredient in plastic. About 86% of empty plastic water bottles in the United States end up in the garbage instead of being recycled, despite the claims that these are recyclable bottles. That amounts to about 2 million tons of plastic bottles piling up in U.S. landfills each year. Here in New Hampshire, we are seeing our landfills overflow with this plastic waste. And if they don't end up in landfill, they end up being incinerated, releasing toxic byproducts such as chlorine gas and ash filled with heavy metals like lead and mercury and dioxins, landing in our soils and leaching into the groundwater and into our food. Plastic particles, microplastics, are found in most bottled water, with some studies finding hundreds of thousands of particles per liter, breaking down into even smaller nanoplastics that enter cells and organs. These tiny particles travel from the gut and lungs into the bloodstream and into the heart, brain, and kidneys, causing inflammation, cellular stress, disrupting hormones, affecting fertility, development, and increasing risks for cancer and blood pressure issues and chronic diseases such as hypertension, diabetes, and digestive disorders. So in short, this bill is proactive. It's not seeking to hurt anybody's interests. What it's seeking to do is protect our precious groundwater resource that we're blessed with, but that we should not take for granted in an uncertain future, and seeking to protect human health and environmental sustainability by disallowing the use of plastic bottles. I would like to take this opportunity and answer some of the questions raised by the letter from DES Water Division that commenting on this bill that you all received. The department said the bill raised questions about current groundwater permits being held by bottled water producers. And I would simply say that line 3 of the bill, it's a very short bill, clearly says that the department shall not approve any new large groundwater extraction permits. New means new. It doesn't mean old. That would be my interpretation. The DS also asked, what about flavored water in their letter? Flavored water is still water, right? If it says water, it means water. And then they asked, how do we know what is a hydrocarbon? Line 4 of the bill says hydrocarbon-derived plastic is not allowed in the bottles. That's a little bit harder. Hydrocarbon is not a simple word, but basically hydrocarbon is the compounds from which fossil fuels are made, complex carbons. And so it's just another word for oil, coal, or natural gas. So if you have plastic derived from petroleum products, that's a hydrocarbon. Again, that's just my interpretation. There might be others who think differently, but I think the lawyers are going to quibble. Our job is to make legislation that protects our constituents. So I'll end there, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Representative Darby.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Representative Kaplan, for taking my question. When I read this bill originally, I thought about Merrimack and the folks that are on forced bottled water because of PFAS in their wells and not being able to hook up to community water. And every bottled water that I've seen come in very large jugs, which seems like if with this bill, they wouldn't be able to get their bottled water from New Hampshire.
Yeah, I think that, that's a valid point. That's a good question. When we have emergency situations, oftentimes we truck in water in plastic bottles because that's the most convenient thing. It's the cheapest thing right now. I don't think this bill would preclude the use of emergency plastic water bottles because, at the moment, there are no plastic water bottle New Hampshire products, right? So if we have an emergency, there's plenty of plastic water bottles available. This is not going to limit the amount of plastic water bottles on the market in New Hampshire. This is a proactive bill saying going forward, we don't want to okay this use for our resource. But it's not going to empty the shelves of plastic water bottles on its own.
Representative DuPont.
The chairman, representative, do you know if that supposed plant in Nashua has been issued a permit yet to extract groundwater?
That's a good question, Representative. Thank you. I believe it's a municipal. The sale of water is coming through the municipality, the town of
It's not
Nashua.
through the municipality. It's this China plant.
Right, but they have a permit to extract
Well,
water.
they have the permit.
Yes, I believe they do
Okay.
have a permit.
All right. That was just my
Right.
question. Thank you.
Senator Ryan.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I have a point of clarification. There is no proposed water plant in Nashua at this time, and they are not going to be bottling water. That's a fallacy. I have a question about. I'm sorry for the presenter. would it, if Monadnock Water would like to expand their business, this would now preclude them from doing that because they do bottle water? Yes. Am I mistaken?
Well, I mean, thank you for the question, Representative. In my way of thinking, this would not preclude a reissue of a permit that already exists. That's the way I see it.
Anyone new? Representative DuPont.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Representative, what's the alternative?
The alternative to plastic?
Yes.
Glass, there's aluminum, there's all sorts of ways to, you could have people bring their own containers. All sorts of ways to
Yeah, I know.
extract water and bottle it, not using plastic.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the most commercially, it makes the most sense commercially, but it's, I think, to my way of thinking, we have to use our resources wisely. And
Yeah,
if
correct.
there are other alternatives, we should seek to use
Try
them.
to seek them out. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Other questions for the representative? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Also a co-sponsor of the bill, Representative Parshall.
Good afternoon, Chair Harb, members of the committee. Thank you for hearing me today. Oh, for the record, I'm Lucius Parshall, representing Cheshire 8, New Hampshire. And single-use water bottles are predominantly made of polyethylene terephthalate, I practice that, PET plastic. Over the 450 years it takes for a bottle to decompose, it releases over 150 unique chemicals, including antimony, a heavy metal used in production, and phthalates, known hormone disruptors. Once leached, these potential carcinogens can accumulate in the liver, kidney, and other organs. I know we've already heard this, but I'm being brief here. Studies revealed that approximately 90% of bottled water contains microplastic particles, each particle releasing this chemical cocktail to consumers. This problem exists beyond the bottled water directly consumed by any one consumer. With a recycling rate of only about 5%, most of these bottles end up in landfills, where they inevitably leach back into our drinking water, posing a risk not just to the consumers, but to every citizen. Now, we're still living in the shadow of St. Gobain poisoning and still waiting for remediation. I don't think we need to recreate that tragedy by turning a blind eye to this situation. And I do understand the challenges faced by bottlers and considering transportation costs and trying to remain competitive. Plastic is very light, very easy to transport. But I would have more sympathy if I could see either a voluntary shift to alternatives such as glass bottles or aluminum cans, or good legislation that would level the playing field so that not one person would need to go out there and take that risk of finding alternative bottling. However, allowing these bottlers to pollute our environment really does exhaust my sympathy. And I would add that I used a bit of science, or I'm not a scientist, and neither am I an alarmist, but I do feel that it's incumbent that we need to take every opportunity we can to leave a better planet for our children than the one that we're getting. And I see this as one more opportunity to make that kind of impact. Thank you.
Representative Ryan, then Representative Donnelly.
Thank you for taking my question, sir. This is a matter I don't know about. I really recently purchased box water. Is my understanding, I guess I need to learn, does box water have plastic in it also?
I have yet to acquaint myself with box water. Are we speaking like the box you would get your soy milk in or something like that?
Like a milk carton, and I know when I was in Europe last year, all the water was in boxes. So I don't know if it carries the same kind of plastic.
Oh, the wax cartons like we have for our milk, perhaps?
Yeah. No, not like milk box, like drink boxes for kids.
Oh, yeah, okay,
That kind of water.
yeah. I do believe they are coated with a substance. Now, please don't quote me on this, because as I said, I am not a scientist, but I believe they are coated with a plasticide substance, the same kind you find in your fast food wrappers, that does contain what we call forever chemicals. That makes them water resistant.
Just looking for alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Have you done any analysis on what the impact would be financially if all of our New Hampshire bottlers no longer were able to use this, and now every single commercialized store and everything else was buying it from outside of our state? How much revenue would we lose in this state if we did this?
That is a good question, and I have not done the research on that. I will confess fully, but I can see that as being a concern. I would be more concerned if we did not have alternatives. In my house, my daughter, I do not drink bottled water, but my daughter drinks aluminum cans of bottled water. Seems like a reasonable alternative to me. I think the problem is, though, they are slightly more expensive. I believe they are. And so to make a move, for any one bottler to make that move into that area, they're taking on additional expense. It cuts into their profit margin. So when I talk about leveling the playing field, I'm saying that if we did not permit the future use of plastic, all of these companies would have to move to another bottling. Wouldn't we not be singling out one company and saying they have to do it? Does that make sense? Thank you.
Any other question? I just have one question, and maybe it's my ignorance. So if we outlaw the bottling in New Hampshire of water in these containers, that doesn't prohibit out-of-state people from selling the product in all of the stores in New Hampshire from out of state. Is that correct?
I would have to ask the drafter of the bill, but I believe that is correct. Yes, but I should also add that there's an expense that we're not talking about here, and I think that's an expense we need to demonstrate to every other state that would be importing these products. The expense of disposal. Our landfills are already at maximum, and we have a 5% recycling rate on these bottles. I know it looks very nice to have little 3 arrows, but that's really not effective. So I would think that we may be going out on a limb with a law like this, but we're New Hampshire, and we do sometimes do things ahead of the nation.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Bridle?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Mr. Chair, and thank you for answering my question. Based on your last point, just trying to wrap my head around this, was the intent of this bill to simply go after the plastic bottles, or like a reduction of waste? It seems to me if they go to a boxed or a can or glass even, that the output of waste would be similar. And so that's what kind of why I'm wondering, are we looking at reducing waste and maybe recycling more? Or are we looking to just get rid of plastic because that's, say, the worst offender of all the waste?
That's another good question. Thank you. I think you'd have to speak to the sponsor to actually discover the intent. However, I'm highly enthusiastic about this bill because I do believe it would reduce our waste flow, maybe not in actual quantity, but in the plastic's a difficult one to dispose of. We see it in our oceans. We don't see waxed cardboard cartons that like milk comes in. That's not nearly as much of a problem to dispose of as these plastic bottles, and it's not nearly as toxic. So it's a health issue for me, and it's a disposal issue. And that's what motivates me. That's why I welcome the opportunity to be a co-sponsor. But his actual intent, I would refer you back to the drafter of the bill. Thank you. Thank you.
Seeing nobody else raising their hands, thank you very much for
Thank you.
the testimony. In support of the bill, Bruce Burke, representing himself.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Burke, and I'm from Pittsfield. And thank you for what you do. It's amazing to me that you sit here day after day and focus on all of these issues. I want to thank you for your question. I think the question about out-of-state competition is a real one. And also, Representative, I've heard your question, and I know this is kind of old school, but we did fine when we were young without plastic bottles. And so, maybe we need to turn back the clock here. So I want to give you a couple facts that you probably didn't learn in high school. I don't know if you know that Christopher Columbus was a big beer drinker. And when he was going to look for India in 1492,
he had a number of six packs of beer with him. And when he finished them, he threw the plastic rings into the ocean. And they are still there. You probably also didn't learn this fact in high school, that when the Pilgrims came to Plymouth Rock, they left their water bottles there in 1620, and they are still there. So the issue for us, I've heard the questions, the issue for us is what do we do with all of this plastic? And I see this bill as a small step forward in trying to meet what I think is a health crisis. I'll give you a real fact. In 1997, for every one plastic bottle we produced, in 2023, we produced 27. You can go onto the net and look at all sorts of figures, and they quote things from 40 billion to 70 billion plastic containers a year used in the United States. Those numbers are way too big for us to understand. But we do know we have a plastic crisis. And I don't think it's debatable that we know plastics are not healthy for humans or animal life, or when they're in the ocean the size of Texas, that can't be a good thing. So we have a choice of what we want to do. We can maintain the status quo, or we can make a small step forward. And I think that's what this bill is about. I think the last point I would make is there is always this balance between the economy and the individual. And in this case, I think New Hampshire needs to come down on the side of the individual and their health and your health and my health and our grandchildren's health, and let the industries figure out how to make a profit. Thank you for listening, and I will take your questions about Christopher Columbus or the Pilgrims.
I don't see any questions, so thank you very much for your testimony.
You're welcome. And I think if you believe those two questions, you probably struggled in U.S. history, but that's beside the point. Thank you.
Opposing the bill, Tom Prassel, International Bottled Water Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tom Praysall from Demers, Praysall and Thomas, here today on behalf of the International Bottled Water Association. I just wanted to express some our opposition to the bill. I've heard a number of, I'm not really sure where the bill is going. Is it directed at large groundwater withdrawals or just banning plastic bottles? So I think you'll see the testimony before you has quite a bit of information. But I see this bill as a solution in search of a problem. I think you'll hear later, and I think you've already received testimony from the Department of Environmental Services, that we only have one bottler in the state who uses a large groundwater withdrawal permit, and that's up in Molten Borough. That's Castle in the Clouds. And they have been operating for a number of years without any issues. And part of that is because of the strict and significant requirements to achieve a large groundwater withdrawal permit through DES. I think, if the intent of the legislation is to just ban plastic water bottles, I'm curious why we're going after plastic water bottles alone, when it's really probably providing people with one of the healthiest things that come in a plastic bottle. Also, there's all sorts of mediums of plastic, so why are we singling out water? And furthermore, if you look at the environmental impact of drink packaging, I think a lot of discussion has been here, and that's on page 3 of the handout I gave you. You'll actually see that these bottled water containers actually have the smallest environmental impact of all these mediums, including aluminum cans, beverage cartons, glass bottles. So again, just wanted to express our opposition to the bill. We don't think that it's necessary at this time, and I'm happy to answer any questions. However, if they're technical in nature, I may throw Brandon from DES under the bus.
Representative Nab.
Mr. Chair, thank you for taking my question. Do you know how many bottled water companies are extracting water in New Hampshire?
I believe there's only one at this time.
One. Follow-up?
And that's just for large groundwater. I think, someone had mentioned Monadnock. I believe they may be spring water, but I'm not entirely sure on that.
Okay, thank you. Follow up? And do you know if there are any other currently in the process of obtaining a groundwater permit?
I don't know the answer to that, but I will say that there are other folks who do bottle in the state, and I'm not sure if it's through a groundwater withdrawal, a large groundwater withdrawal permit. I believe Coca-Cola bottles water through the. I don't want to speak to their source.
Thank you.
Representative Ryan.
Thank you. I don't have a question, but I want to thank you for answering my question about the boxes.
Yeah, you bet.
Any other questions of the speaker? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, while we have this man here, are your association looking into alternatives to plastic, maybe?
I think, as the industry constantly evolves, they're certainly looking at what makes the most
Maybe
sense. I mean,
just
you
need
can, when you go to the grocery store, you'll see there are multiple different mediums of what water is packaged
Right.
in.
Right, okay, thank you for that.
Seeing
Thank
no
you for
one
your time.
else, thank you for your testimony. Supporting the bill, Susan Richmond, representing herself.
Thank you, Chairman Harb and members of the committee. There's a scientist, Cynthia Walter, who lives in Dover, who's been a scientist for 35 years with a research specialty on water quality. She could not come today, so I have her statement. Before I give mine, I'm going to just hand it out. But the one thing that she says that I think is unique is that our limited funding for New Hampshire DES restricts their ability to monitor bottled water. So she's worried about the quality of the water when it's in the bottle and what happens to it there. And that DES doesn't have the resources for fully monitoring that. So I'm speaking on behalf of myself, but I am a member of Durham's Integrated Waste Management Advisory Committee, as well as a member of New Hampshire's Network's Plastic Working Group, which we've been researching researching single-use plastics. And a lot of the information I have is from the Plastic Working Group, which has as its membership a plastic engineer and a number of medical personnel. So it's not just the opinions of lay people. So my Durham example, the town of Durham has adopted a resolution to not acquire any single-use plastic with town money, and we base that partly on models in Portsmouth and in Exeter. We have the exception that our emergency services can have single-use bottled water, because if you're taking care of someone in an emergency situation, you want water for them right there. But I live in Durham, and I see more and more the students have their own containers. We in Durham are saying, let's put in water, water stations where people can refill their containers. You see those in airports now. You see them in schools more and more. So people are choosing consumer, and again, I don't have facts on that, but we have simply said, when you come to a meeting in Durham, please bring your container and you can fill it from our bubbler, from our service. And I also know the gyms often have the large, or doctor's offices, the really large containers that are glass or plastic, but they're not single use. So there are other options. Okay, so without duplicating things that other people have said, not only is it a myth that plastic gets recycled, that my facts are that it's less than 10%, and actually less than 9% from the EPA that ever gets recycled, but then not only is it staying in the ocean forever because it does not decompose, it doesn't stay big, it breaks down into smaller and smaller pieces, microplastics, then nanoplastics, and we have no technology for getting rid of that. So that's on the ocean floor, that's in our soil, our water, our air, our bodies, animal bodies, and plants we eat. And at the same time, we have the New Hampshire Solid Waste Management Plan hopes to cut, or says we should cut waste 25% by 2030 and 50% by 2050, and particularly by encouraging reuse. So we do have a real New Hampshire goal to have less to put in our landfills. And when those bottles become microplastic, if they're in a landfill, they eventually may leak because landfill liners do develop leaks. And then it enters, it goes through the soil. Once it enters the water table, then it has access to all our waterways, and it can turn up in crops. And the Green Mountain Conservation Group in Carroll County found microplastics in New Hampshire well water, backyard snow, and every river and stream sampled since 2022. The Lamprey watershed found substantial microplastic particles in all of their 19 samples, and microplastics also were found in watersheds entering the Great Bay, where they impact the health of commercial fisheries and shellfish. And then I have a list of all the diseases that we get from microplastics entering our body. And here's just a juicy one. Levels of microplastics found in the human brain have increased in recent years to almost unbelievable levels. And in addition, higher concentrations of microplastics in brain tissue appear to be correlated with dementia. So what we're learning about plastics, the research is coming to fruition now. So why is there all this plastic concern? It's because only now are the studies, they've been around long enough that people feel confident in making these statements. And then finally, just so far as the groundwater goes, which Representative Kaplan spoke to so well, I speak of that just as a general public member, but I've heard about water table not being infinite in its capacity, and that in some locations, if there is a large draw of water for one purpose, you get dry wells in the vicinity. So I thank you very much for taking my testimony, and I'll pass around copies of what I wrote.
Will you take questions?
Pardon?
Will you take questions?
Oh, yeah, sure. Please.
Any questions? Don't see any, but thank you for your testimony. If you pass that out,
Yes.
we'll put it in the record. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Why don't I finish with my last pink card, then we'll call the sponsor back, if he's here, okay? Brandon Kiernan, DES. That's the last pink card I have.
Thank you. I'm Brandon Kernan. I'm the administrator of the Drinking Water and Groundwater Bureau at the Department of Environmental Services. Our role with bottled water is twofold. One, in 1998, state law was changed that the department approves any new source of bottled water. It used to be Health and Human Services does. And then once we approve that new source of bottled water, Health and Human Services takes over the licensing and water quality monitoring of the actual product once it goes into production. The other role we have is if a facility develops a large groundwater withdrawal permit, we issue that permit. And the key thing we know about that permit is there's a new permit for a large withdrawal permit issued every 10 years. The permit expires and it's completely rewritten to reflect any changes in the operations or the environment or our new concerns or knowledge that we gain. So once there is a permit, there will be new permits every 10 years at least. Who requires a large groundwater withdrawal permit? The law says any withdrawal of 57,600 gallons a day or more from a well installed after 1998 requires a large withdrawal permit. And if someone puts multiple wells in the property, you add up the withdrawals from all the wells. But the key thing is the construction date of the well. That's the trigger in the Groundwater Protection Act. Since 1998, we've permitted 6 facilities for bottled water with a large groundwater withdrawal permit. But as you'll see from our letter of testimony, only 1 is in operation. 4 never even were constructed, and 1 was constructed but never went above the threshold for a large withdrawal permit and is no longer in operation. The deal being is that the industry trend is really to connect to municipal water and highly treat the water, that for standalone entities to develop a facility, get a trucking network, get shelf space. It's a really hard thing to break into. So at this time, we only have one facility with a large withdrawal permit that's renewed every 10 years. That's CG Roxanne in Molten Borough. And the thing to know about them is that they did not need a large withdrawal permit. They just improved their product by going from a free-flowing spring, which is hard to keep bacteria and all that out of when you have waters coming out of the ground, to putting a well in that intersected the same water that was coming out of the ground at depth, so that you wouldn't have the introduction of contamination. So their stress really didn't increase with the large withdrawal permit, just the method of getting water out. But because of the law, that they got pulled into that. To answer questions about other facilities in New Hampshire that bottle water with their own wells, there's 3 others that predate 1998, so they don't have large withdrawal permits. It's Upland Springs in Peterborough, Monadnock Springs in Wilton, and Brentwood Springs in Brentwood. And only if they drilled a new well and took 57,600 gallons out of that well or wells, newer wells, would they be triggered by this process. That being said, there are other bottling facilities that buy water from towns, municipal water systems, community water systems, and bottle product, and some of those towns have large withdrawal permits. So some of our comments, and some of these were mentioned before, is how does that come into play, where Manchester Waterworks has a large groundwater withdrawal permit, but one of their few customers is somebody that does bottle product. How would that affect that entity? Because a new permit would be issued every 10 years. How would that affect our ability? The questions about hydrocarbon is an important one. There's lots of different plastics, and that would need some clarity when we're making a decision on permits, if that were to be pursued. And also, as mentioned earlier, if you have water and you add a little something to it, do amended products get affected by this bill? We really don't take a position on the bill. We just have those questions that would need to be clarified if this were to move forward. I just want to talk a little bit about a couple other things that were brought up. One was the much discussed bottling facility in Nashua. That would be a customer of Pennachuck Waterworks, city-owned water system. If that were to come into play, they don't have any approvals right now to bottle water, and that would be from Health and Human Services, not from DES. They'd be buying water from Pennachuck, who does not have a large withdrawal permit, so this statute would not impact them if that ever did happen. But again, I'm not aware that they're in the process of getting a license at this point from Health and Human Services. The other statement about our ability to, at DES, to track water quality, well, we certainly have the ability when there's a new source proposed to assess it and make sure the source is safe for use for bottled water. We certainly have the ability to administer the large groundwater withdrawal permitting process, and you can look at our data from CG Roxanne where you see the wetland and water level monitoring to see that we are tracking impacts on the environment, as well as other large withdrawal permits that don't put water in plastic for golf courses, which is a consumptive use of water. It's just not bottled water, or even municipalities that have large withdrawal permits. We are doing a good job at that. But again, as I said before, once the well's approved, the actual product in the bottle is regulated by Health and Human Services, who does update the regulations. I mean, they have changed the regulations to address PFAS, for example. And so is there science for other emerging contaminants that might have scientific consensus and come forward? If it's microplastics someday or not, those standards would be changed because they do amend their regulations over time to reflect the state of the science. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Representative Bridle, then Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kernan, for taking my question. Might just be a Nick's a dummy question, but can you explain to me the difference of groundwater and spring water?
Groundwater, spring water is essentially groundwater that's coming at a concentration to the surface, so at a pretty meaningful flow. So spring water emanates from groundwater and just breaks to the surface under its own power, so to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. It's probably a little tangential, but I wonder, what are the regulations around a municipal water system selling water to a private company?
So the requirements are, first of all, municipal water systems are highly regulated by federal and state regulations. DES has primacy to enforce both. So we're really addressing quantity and quality, and that can be the source water, the distribution system, the tank, what happens to water as it ages in the system. And whenever there's a new connection to a system, be it 500 home subdivision or somebody that's making paint using water or a bottled water facility, they have the municipal system has to get our approval to demonstrate that they have an adequate supply of water to meet their existing demand under average day and maximum day needs. And under average day, you assume your largest source is offline so that you have the ability in that if you had any concerns, you had plans to get more capacity or regulations in place to curtail water use of certain high users if need be.
Okay, thank you.
So any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Kiernan. And might the prime sponsor, Representative Kaplan, come back? I believe Representative Ryan had a question.
Thank you,
try
Mr.
to answer
Chair,
the
for
question. Yeah.
taking my curiosity. I appreciate your time. I'm a little confused, so I'm hoping that maybe you can help clarify this for me.
I'll try.
I'm hearing a lot of I'm a science teacher. So I can open a plant and draw groundwater if I can my water? Because I'm confused. Are we worried about the groundwater?
Yeah,
or the plastic?
according to my bill, you would be able to do that. Yes, it's if you put it in a can and it doesn't contain plastic, that would be fine. This bill is only trying to limit large groundwater withdrawals that are intended to bottle the water in plastic. That's all that the bill is trying to do. And as to the question before, it's like, well, why not? You're creating the same amount of waste. It's not quite true because plastic does not degrade. Glass can be recycled easily. Aluminum can be recycled, and it mostly is because it's a valuable, element. So, I mean, plastic just goes into the landfills or gets incinerated, and it's just a tremendous problem in terms of waste disposal and human health.
Thank you for follow-up. So, we toured the Coca-Cola plant, and they recycled a lot of their plastic. So I guess I'm still a little bit confused about, am I worried about protecting groundwater, or am I worried about plastic in New Hampshire?
Both, right? I mean, because I think we should increase our protection of the resource of groundwater. But the actual impact of this bill will be to reduce future use of plastic, right? Because at the moment, there are no plastic bottled water producers in New Hampshire. I mean, we had that one plant in Moultonborough, I guess. I think they use plastic. But that's it. So it's just to reduce the future use of plastic, take a proactive step to make sure that does not increase in New Hampshire. And as far, I mean, to answer your question about Coca-Cola, yes, I mean, Coca-Cola probably does recycle their own bottles, but the fact is that most plastic water bottles are not recycled. They just end up in the landfills because, it's just not worth it to the municipalities or the towns to try to recycle them. My town, for instance, used to recycle them, but they don't anymore. There's no market for it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Is there anyone else to speak on HB 1141? Second time, anyone else to speak on HB 1141? We'll take the online and blue sheets.
Online, we have 92 in support, one opposed. Blue sheet, we have one support.
That's the online and blue sheets, so I'll close the hearing on HB 1141 and proceed to open the hearing on HB 1148, adding cyanobacteria and algae blooms to the study of the Exotic Aquatic Weeds and Species Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee.
Representative Donnelly.
Appreciate it. This is Representative Tanya Donnelly from Salem. I am currently the chair of the Exotic Aquatic Weeds and Species Committee. I have been on this committee for 3 to 4 years. It was one of my first committees that I joined, and then Representative Creighton, he was the chair at the time when I joined. Since then, we frequently, during our committee discussions, the cyanobacteria frequently comes up as a topic. And we have to be reminded that this isn't part of our charter of this particular committee. And so one of the things we discussed in this past year in 2025 is adding cyanobacteria and algae blooms, considering they come up as a topic, and many water bodies that have invasive species of weeds and aquatic species, you know. So we said, why don't we expand the use of this committee? In addition, I know that we have so many other cyanobacteria bills that have come up. Instead of creating any new committees, which I know that's something that the speaker would love to not do, is having new committees and new commissions, we said, why don't we just make this expansive? And then if things come up with cyanobacteria, it can be part of this particular committee. From my understanding, this committee's been around for an extensive number of years. I'm going to have Amy from DES. She will talk probably a little bit more about the history. Hopefully, yes, thank you. The history of this committee, how it started, how it came about. But as the chair currently of this committee, we would like to expand it because we see clear need to include that impact, because it is it's native, but it's also invasive, and it causes a lot of problems across all of our water bodies. I just want to tell you quickly that there are 3 members from the House of Representatives on this committee. Representative Baldwin and also Representative Darby and myself are on this committee from this committee. I have Senator Pearl, and then we have several state agencies. We have DES, we have Fish and Game, we have the Department of Agriculture, Market and Foods. And then we have several different partners and associations such as New Hampshire Lakes, New Hampshire Rivers, Connecticut River Watershed, Marine Trades Association, in the Northeast Aquatic Plant Management, and then 2 public members. What we've observed in this meeting frequently is these groups of people coming together when we talk about different topics, such as maybe dams, or, you know, if you're saying, hey, we are going to do a dam replacement in this area. Oh, but you know what? We are also looking at doing a milfoil, you know, weed pulling or a chemical treatment. This committee has really done a great job in coming together and talking about these topics because of the different people and expertise on this. So I think by adding cyanobacteria and algae blooms, it expands that expertise of the same people who would want to actually have this conversation. Does anyone have any additional questions for me?
We haven't asked any yet, but we'll ask if they have a question.
Okay, sorry.
Does anyone have any
Thank you.
questions of the representative? Representative Nat?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I just want to clarify. So it wouldn't currently fall under your jurisdiction because it's not exotic? Is that why it needs to be specifically added, or?
Right, because cyanobacteria is not exotic.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Anyone else have a question for the representative? Representative Vale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. So one of the benefits would be that when you're intervening on perhaps an invasive species, you wouldn't want to cause more problems with your cyanobacteria bloom that you're having?
Yes,
and the interaction between the different problems that we're having with water quality?
Absolutely. And, you know, is there contributing factors? Are we finding new science, not, you know, just here in New Hampshire, maybe in other lakes such as, you know, New York or Vermont, some other things of that nature. So yes, we want to be able to take into the factors of the positives and the negatives between these two. Thank you.
Any other question? Seeing none, thank you, Representative. I have 4 more pink cards, and I thought I'd just mention, everyone's in support of this bill. Not that I'm keeping time, but it would be nice if you could take that in consideration. And our next speaker, Norm Royce, representing himself.
Thank you, Chair Harb, and this very valuable committee for the opportunity to speak in front of you once again. My name's Norm Royce. I'm a resident of Northwood, live on Northwood Lake. I'm retired from the aerospace defense industry, past president of the Northwood Lake Watershed Association. I'm currently an elected member of the Town Municipal Budget Committee, an appointed member of the Conservation Committee, and a board member of New Hampshire Lakes. I'm very familiar with cyanobacteria and the impact it has on the users of our lakes. I've testified already in front of you on a couple of those bills. The recommendation when a cyanobacteria bloom occurs is to close the lake for all water activities and resample in a week, and either stay closed or open the lake based on the sampling results. When serving as president of Northwood Lake Watershed, we had made great progress managing invasive milfoil. Working closely with Amy and New Hampshire DES, we put a plan in place that reduced milfoil harvesting from 15,000 gallons in 2020, spending $37,000 and working 21 days of diver-assisted suction harvesting using a pontoon boat and 2 divers. In 2025, 5 years later, the milfoil harvest is now under 10 gallons of milfoil, collected with 1 day of free diving at a cost of $1,000. I rewrote the fundraising warrant articles we had with the towns that have a shoreline on Northwood Lake, the town of Northwood, Epsom, and Deerfield. All 3 town warrants were specific to aquatic invasive species, invasive milfoil. In the meantime, we were experiencing cyanobacteria blooms every year, a total of 12 watch or warning events from 2021 to 2023. I changed the language in the warrants. This is an example of the town of Deerfield. The warrant initially said, to see if the town will vote and raise and appropriate the amount of $8,000 to be used by the Northwood Lake Watershed Association to control the milfoil in Northwood Lake. I rewrote it to say, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the amount of $8,000 to be used by Northwood Lake Watershed Association for aquatic invasive species, aquatic bacteria, education, prevention, treatment, and control in Northwood Lake. These warrant articles changes required a 2/3 majority at the respective town elections and all passed easily. I felt it essential to include education and prevention in the language. Treatment of cyanobacteria is brutally expensive. The focus needs to be on root cause and prevention. This is the message I push whenever asked about cyanobacteria. Spending money on treatment of cyanobacteria without addressing root cause and implementing corrective and preventative action is just a waste of money. I testified January 25th of 2023 on the cyanobacteria mitigation funding bill. My message then was similar to the message today. Lake communities don't have the financial resources to deal with a cyanobacteria treatment. We need to drive a message that it's about identifying root cause and performing corrective and preventive action. I've also testified on several legislative bills this legislative session on cyanobacteria funding, just as I mentioned earlier. I encourage you to vote ought to pass for HB 1148. And also, once this bill passes, I'd be interested in being on the committee as a lakefront property owner, Lake Association member, and board member of New Hampshire Lakes. Thank you for your time this afternoon, and I can take any question you might have.
I don't see any, but thank you for your testimony.
Thank you all.
Again, in favor, Bria Arviolson, if I said that right. New Hampshire Lakes.
I will be quick. I won't need the 3 minutes that I said either. Most of what I came here to say has already been said. I'm Bria Arvidsson from New Hampshire Lakes. I'm the Director of Programs. New Hampshire Lakes is a statewide organization dedicated to protecting and restoring New Hampshire's lakes. We've been in front of you, this committee, quite a bit this session already. And I would say maybe our main point is that cyanobacteria can be influenced by the presence of exotic aquatic species, on top of just the general concern that we have for human health, our life at the lake with cyanobacteria blooms. And something that Representative Donnelly alluded to was that this bill really capitalizes on the efficient use of time and resources with this committee. The committee brings together multiple state agencies, legislators, and stakeholders statewide. And there's no other committee right now that provides this avenue for conversation about recent concerns of cyanobacteria blooms. And New Hampshire Lakes respectfully urges that the committee recommend HB 1148 ought to pass. So thank you for hearing my testimony, and I will take any questions.
I don't see any, but, oh, I see one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And New Hampshire Lakes recognizes that the committee, the Exotic Weeds Committee, is effective because they're a member
Yes.
of the committee?
Yes.
Yeah.
I also, thank you, Representative Darby. I also do sit on the committee as New Hampshire Lakes representative.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you very much. Again, in favor, Jody Grimbliss, New Hampshire Marine Trades Association. Okay,
Yes.
we take your
Thank you.
testimony. Thank you. And my last card supporting the bill, Amy Smagula, Hampshire DES.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. I just wanted to add in support, the Department of Environmental Services does support this bill. And as Representative Donnelly indicated, I think she mentioned that I have a history, I do have a long history with the Exotic Aquatic Weeds and Species Committee because I've been around a long time. But the committee formed about 25 years ago to address the issue of exotic aquatic weeds and species in the state. And it has done such an exceptional job at raising the profile of this issue and securing funding and legislation to support efforts to control exotic aquatic species that it makes sense to now move into something like cyanobacteria as one of the more emerging issues that we have in the state. And I think that the committee is well poised to do a good job at elevating that issue as well. So for that reason, we support this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take questions?
Happy to.
Any questions? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. With respect to the cyanobacteria, which, as we know, is a scourge across many New Hampshire water bodies, what can you talk a little bit about the history of the Cyanobacteria Planning Advisory Committee? What happened to that, and how basically the legislature can make sure that they are staying in touch with measures that they should be taking to address cyanobacteria?
It's a great question, and that was actually part of my original testimony that I cut out to be brief. But the committee that formed based on House Bill 1066 a couple years ago, it was created to establish the statewide cyanobacteria plan. And we've created that plan, but as soon as that plan was created, that committee was disbanded. So we don't have that committee anymore. DES certainly does a lot with our partners, but having that committee, like others testified to, with different stakeholder interests in legislative capacity and academics and others on the committee, would certainly allow us to continue that conversation and then to build on the tenets of that statewide cyanobacteria plan and actually start to implement those in a broader capacity. And it also allows for a two-way exchange of information in a nice committee setting so that we can continue to grow the topics related to cyanobacteria and better address it statewide.
Any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on HB 1148? Second call. Anyone else wishes to speak on HB 1148? Online?
We have 230 in support, 1 opposed.
And the blue sheets.
We have 3 supporting.
So I'll close the hearing on HB 1148 and ask my usual question. Is there anyone opposed to this bill? I don't see anybody opposed to the bill, so I'm going to wait for Representative Donnelly to come back because she can vote on her own bill. I'm going to take the opportunity to exec this bill since there's no opposition and call on somebody for a motion. Did you want to make the motion, Representative Donnelly?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion to ought to pass House Bill 1148.
Do we have a second? Representative Darby, seconds. You wish to speak to your motion?
I think we just heard all the testimony that we need and appreciate that. Thank you.
The second?
Nothing further, thank you.
Anybody else? Not seeing any hands, I'll ask the clerk to read the roll. Making them work today. Whoa, it's a sign.
Representative Dunn,
Yes.
Representative Gould was absent. Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Donnelly,
Yes.
Representative Brido,
Yes.
Representative Dupont.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Chumley,
Yes.
Representative Knapp,
Yes.
Representative Vale,
Yes.
Representative Baldwin. Yes. Representative Darby,
Yes.
Representative Ryan,
Yes.
Representative Bucco is absent. Representative Sergeant absent. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
13-0.
13-0. Bill ought to pass passes. Consent, no objection? Consent. We'll put it on consent. And we're gonna just hold for a moment because the clerk needs to tell our assistant, if she's watching, I hope, that we put this on consent. And it's passed. We exected it. So I'll close the exec session. I don't know if she gets that. Is she listening? Do you have to text Cassidy or something?
I don't, I just said it.
Do you have Cassidy on your phone?
Yes.
Yeah, text her and just say, did she get that? So I thank you for waiting and bearing with us because reports have to be in. And we might even be late to get that in, but hopefully we'll be okay.
Still ready to respond. You're right enough.
Well, hopefully she's watching.
It's gone.
It went. Okay. Thank you. Now I'll open the hearing on HB 1204 relative to the grading and use of timber grown in New Hampshire. And our first speaker is the prime sponsor, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Chairman Harb. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. Now, I'm speaking on in support of House Bill 1204. I put on everybody's desk this morning a full replace all amendment, which basically says the same thing. It just added a few lines. But for the record, my name's Representative Arnold Davis. I'm from Milan, New Hampshire. I represent Coos District 2, which includes Milan, Dummer, Stark, Errol, Clarksville, Pittsburgh, and most of the unincorporated places. The purpose of this bill is simple: to bring value to New Hampshire's timber industry, and to ensure that New Hampshire homes can be built for New Hampshire families using New Hampshire lumber. You will hear several technical terms today, including acronyms like SPF, which stands for spruce, pine, and fir, and SPFS, which stands for spruce, pine, fir, south. These are timber grading designations, and the only real difference between them is the Canadian border. Trees grown to the north of that political boundary are graded as SPF, while trees grown to the south are graded as SPFS. Under international design standards, Canadian SPF is viewed as stronger and denser, largely due to cold climate growth conditions. But the northern New Hampshire's climate, its soils, and its growing conditions are substantially similar to those in many parts of Canada. We grow the same species, spruce, pine, and fir, that fall under the SPF designation. Wood density should be determined by latitude and science, not by an arbitrary political line. I have a hard time believing that a tree growing 50 feet over the Canadian border is inherently stronger than the same species growing in Pittsburgh, New Hampshire, just a few yards away. You may hear today that Canada and the United States have different mixes of species, and that is true to a degree. Canada has more black spruce, which primarily grows in the northern regions, which grow slowly and are very dense. The US has more balsam fir, which is classified as slightly weaker. When species are tested, they are brought to failure, and the results are averaged. Black spruce gives Canada a statistical advantage, while balsam fir lowers the US average. This issue has been discussed for years. And states like Maine and Vermont share in our same concerns. It is time for New Hampshire to have their seat at the table. Consider this. Much of Aroostook County in Maine is farther north in Quanticook or even farther north in Montreal. Northern New Hampshire and Vermont sit above portions of Canada to our west. Yet our timber is considered weaker simply because it grows on the wrong side of the border. This bill does not prevent any licensed architect or engineer from specifying higher strength materials when required for safety or structural integrity. What it does do is it acknowledges the reality of our climate, our species, and our industry, and it gives New Hampshire timber the fair consideration it deserves. I respectfully urge you to vote ought to pass, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the representative? Representative Nab?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So
Yes.
do Maine and Vermont have run into the same legal issue?
We're all trying to make this fair. So they're in the same fight. It's I'm honestly, there'll be people talking behind me that can maybe talk to the grading process a little better than I can, and it's a difficult situation, but it's something that needs to be rectified. It puts a very unfair disadvantage to New Hampshire timber.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Representative Darby?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Representative Davis, for taking my question. Haven't scanned this yet, but the original bill had included a preference for state agencies for New Hampshire grown timber. Can you talk to the intent of that, and if it's included in this amendment?
What, can you repeat that?
The original bill there was a preference for state agencies that are buying building materials to buy New Hampshire built and New Hampshire produced materials, which I think was so that they would.
Yes. Well, thank you.
Is that in this amendment? And can you talk to the intent?
Yes, and I'll be happy. It's a very good question. I'd be happy to talk about it. Just for the record, I sit there and through committee, I've been waiting to get a question from you. So there are some different species, and I think people can speak behind me that'll be a little more specific about the technical questions. But so black spruce, it grows very slow, it's very dense, and it's mostly in northern Canada. Around Quaticook, Montreal, you're not going to see that it's going to be about equal to what we have. So it grows so dense that's averaged into their equation. They take their different species, they actually put them in a machine and they bend them to failure. And when it breaks, that gives you a number. I don't know the process to speak about it technically. They have another process that stretches it till it breaks. They take those numbers in Canada and they average them all together, and that gives you the strength. Well, here in the US, we do this, but we don't average them. We take our weakest, and that's what we use. So I feel that's very unfair because black spruce gives them a very high advantage. But what they don't say is they mostly mill that into 2x4s and 2x3s. And that's not really structural. I mean, that's stud material. That's for interior walls, things like that. I don't know if for a fact, but I don't believe it grows fast enough to make 2x6s, 2x8s, 2x10s, 2x12s. So, but that's in the mix. There's another thing is Norway spruce. We have a lot of Norway spruce. It's a weaker material, and what happens is we have that as one of the ones we measure. Over there, they don't put it in their mix. They have a separate stamping grade for that, so it doesn't bring their average down. So I feel it's a very unfair system that's in place right now. I'm hoping I answered your question.
I was particularly asking about the preference. There was a statement in the original bill about the state should
Yes,
prefer.
I think that we should be building New Hampshire homes for New Hampshire families with New Hampshire lumber, and I think that we should give that a very big preference. You're welcome.
Don't see any other hands. Thank you, Representative.
All right, thank you.
Also to support the bill, Representative Mike Willett.
Good afternoon, and thank you again. I support HB 1204, and for the reasons that Representative Davis said. You know, it has to do with gray dimension lumber and putting it on the market and making the market an equal playing field. To put the New Hampshire timber and lumber at a disadvantage because some arbitrary line is not a realistic border. And I'll give you a little bit of my background. I have some knowledge in this business. I am a sawyer by trade. My family had a sawmill, then built a new sawmill when I figured out that college wasn't for me. I managed the mill and was a sawyer until we lost it in a fire. I worked and managed other mills in New Hampshire and Maine and have sold logging equipment for many years. There are 6 exclusive dimension softwood mills in Maine and 1 in New Hampshire. They are all SPFS mills, even though they're actually located further north than multiple Canadian mills that are all SPF mills. I see many trucks going by my house daily with spruce and fir logs going to Quebec mills. One of those mills is actually 9 miles from my house. I've been in that mill yard multiple times, and would you believe that I've seen New Hampshire logs being unloaded in the same pile as Quebec logs? So much for structural differences, but the logs are worth less coming from New Hampshire, but suddenly increase in value as lumber when milled in Canada. They talk about strength and integrity of black spruce, and that is factual. But black spruce grows in northern Quebec and Ontario, way above the St. Lawrence Seaway, not in southern Quebec. And just to give you an example, in Stewartstown, New Hampshire, which is just south of Pittsburgh, is the 45th parallel. Montreal is at the 45th parallel, 30 minutes. The black spruce doesn't grow to the 50th parallel. It's about 400 miles north of Stewartstown before black spruce even starts to grow. So everything we see in southern Quebec, south of the St. Lawrence Seaway, and partly north of the St. Lawrence Seaway, all the way through Ontario, has the same species that we do. And just, I put a little map on the back that you'll see, and it just shows where northern New Hampshire is almost the same parallel as Montreal. And I've sent them around. I guess they haven't got there. And I did print enough. I had 20, 25. That's all right. And you can see when you start looking at in Ontario, Ottawa, Toronto, they're much further south than we are. So as Mr. Davis says, I think it's very important to, get rid of that country border for the timber and make it as a parallel, the 44th parallel, like he has on in his bill. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Representative, have you seen the amendment?
Yes,
Do you support the amendment?
100%.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the representative? Don't see any. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You make me feel very welcome.
Opposing the bill, Thomas Lamb, representing himself from Bedford.
Better. Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Tom Lamb. I'm a structural engineer with TF Moran, Bedford, New Hampshire. I'm representing myself today. There were some things said about
the mix of lumber. And that is correct, the mix is different, and that does in fact reduce the design values. When we're talking about the mix, we're talking about all the lumber in the United States or all the lumber in Canada cut in that species group. That's a big group. It includes Wisconsin, it includes New Hampshire, it includes everything. That whole group is lumped together in the SPF South group. And those values are lower as a result of that. It could be that the New Hampshire lumber is stronger. And there is a system in place to prove that that's stronger, and it's part of the building code already. It's called mechanically graded lumber. It's something the American Lumber Standards Committee has a program for, and the lumber in New Hampshire could be graded that way. And it could be proven out that it's stronger than SPF even. So that's a viable option rather than trying to change a commodity product that really encompasses a huge part of the United States, even though maybe New Hampshire's a little bit different. Another thing too, I think it might be a little premature to move ahead with this. If you speak to the folks at NELMA, the Northeast Lumber Manufacturers Association, the people that do all the testing, they will be this year likely putting forward a proposal to increase the density of the SPF South grade with the American Wood Council. So that's something to take into consideration. And then lastly, just the outcomes of what may happen here. Engineers are picky and they understand the lumber grades, and they will most certainly be confused by legislation that contradicts the lumber grades, the American Lumber Standards Committee, the American Wood Council, and the things they're used to designing to. And that could result with some kind of strange occurrences, right? Like engineers could just specify a lower design value for everything. Maybe that's not that big of a deal. Maybe it increases the cost of something here and there, maybe not. Or they could kind of be deterred away from spruce pine fir and spruce pine fir south altogether. And then they're specifying hem fir or Douglas fir or southern pine, which aren't manufactured in New Hampshire at all. So I don't think this is the right way to do this. I'm not saying that we shouldn't prove out that New Hampshire lumber is better, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't build with New Hampshire lumber in New Hampshire. But I think this is the wrong route, and I think there's going to be some unexpected outcomes, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Representative Bridle.
Hey, Mr. Chair, thank you for taking my question. When you speak of the process that's in place to grade this lumber that's already available for people, would that come at I got to think in layman's terms, if I got a better product than somebody else and I want that product to be graded better, that would come with an additional cost that I would then have to incur to label my product a superior product? Does that make sense?
I would imagine a mill, I don't know the system specifically or how it is executed, but I would imagine a mill would have to get set up for that, yes. And that likely would take time.
Anyone else? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. If this bill became law, would you foresee that New Hampshire mills would start stamping their lumber as SPF, those that would go into the commodity market, and some engineer in some other state would not be able to differentiate would start treating New Hampshire lumber like SPF lumber?
Mills would be able to stamp SPF even if this passes, because the mills are certified by the American Lumber Standards Committee. And if they stamped something as SPF that the American Lumber Standards Committee, by their standards, says is not SPF, then they wouldn't meet that standard by the American Lumber Standards Committee. So that product would maybe be valid for SPF in New Hampshire, but not in any other state in the country. And I think a mill probably would be not in favor of doing that.
Any other questions for our speaker? Not seeing none. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Supporting the bill, Matt Mayberry, New Hampshire Home Builders.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, Committee. I'm Matt Mayberry. I'm the CEO of the New Hampshire Home Builders Association. It's a great day to be in New Hampshire, and thank you for your time. The New Hampshire Home Builders categorically and strongly supports HB 1204 as amended in relation to lumber grading issues. Currently, New Hampshire lumber is held at a disadvantage due to a 30-year-old grading system that didn't make sense then, and it doesn't make sense today. Currently, lumber from Canada is graded superior to that of the lumber generated in New Hampshire, all due to a political boundary, the border. The grading should be done along the latitudinal lines for environmental and atmospheric weather conditions. The 43rd latitude for us is right around Tamworth and Madison and points north. Some folks will tell you that the lumber coming from Montreal, Canada is denser because it's colder, but lumber from Milan, New Hampshire and Coos County and a lot of parts of America is inferior because of warming, when in fact Milan is the same latitude as Montreal. Aroostook County, Maine is further north than Quebec. And a representative had asked a question about other states. We're setting the trend once again being the first in the nation because lumber grading and those categories come from the U.S. Department of Commerce. Maine, Vermont, New York, and Wyoming are all waiting to see what this legislature does because they want to copy what we're doing. They view that as a latitude issue, not a geopolitical issue. So again, we're the first in the nation. Engineers and architects prepare plans for home building using SPF designation and not offering customers or builders an option for an SPF-S designated lumber. The lack of consideration of New Hampshire milled lumber is closing these lumber yards and putting granite staters out of work. This bill, as amended, it pushes architects and engineers to provide builders, developers, and consumers an option. Do you want to build SPF that comes from Canada or SPF-S that comes from America and New Hampshire? It's not getting rid of one because right now, plenty of architects and engineers, and they may tell you this privately, they don't even offer SPF-S, just SPF. This bill says you've got to provide the consumer an option in the design. Please allow me to be very clear. Opposition to this bill is a death sentence for our New Hampshire mills and their way of life. It's really what it comes down to. We have a lumber yard in northern New Hampshire. That was a 7-day-a-week project. They were open 7 days a week. They're now down to 4 days a week. And they've already done one round of layoffs. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. And if I can answer any questions, Chairman.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Committee. Have a nice day.
My last pink card opposing the bill, Daniel Martell, Structural Engineers of New Hampshire.
Thank you, representatives. My name is Dan Martell. I'm the president of the board of the Structural Engineers of New Hampshire, an organization that includes more than 90 licensed professional structural engineers. Speaking today in opposition to the bill, I'll first start by saying that as New Hampshire residents and folks that do most of our business in New Hampshire, the Structural Engineers of New Hampshire absolutely supports efforts to use New Hampshire products in New Hampshire building products, New Hampshire building projects, whether that's a state-funded project or a privately funded project. And we often do so. We often specify products that are manufactured in the state. We support the part of the bill that gives preference to, that suggests that recommends that engineers give preference to New Hampshire lumber. the part of the bill that we oppose is the technically incorrect part that equates the two groups of lumber. This is not just a matter of this is an issue with the grading. This is and grading cannot be solely determined by the geography of the lumber that was harvested. And by the way, I do have written testimony that was also submitted on the portal today. The American Lumber Standards Committee describes in maybe excruciating detail the process and the difference between the two groups of lumber. And so I'll defer to the American Lumber Standards Committee testimony on why the groups are different, why they are not the same, why yes, New Hampshire grown lumber that is of the same species is actually graded in a weaker manner than Canadian lumber. So this is a problem. If there's a problem, it's a problem with the grading system. Our opposition to this bill is that this law circumvents the building code that the building code that references lumber standards that are embedded as far back as we've heard the Department of Commerce. So the result of passing this bill, as well as Senate Bill 503, which does similar things, would be quite a bit of chaos. There'd be a question about liability if a structural engineer specified the Canadian version of this lumber and the material supplier or the owner decided just to replace it with a weaker New Hampshire lumber. We are all in favor of working to try to find other solutions that are not technically incorrect, where we can work to find other solutions that are amenable to all parties involved in building construction. And that could include, as Tom Lamb pointed out, there's other paths with mechanical grading. There are also possibilities to amend the New Hampshire State Building Code to include the species group to make it easier for engineers and architects and builders themselves to specify these products. So we oppose the bill, and we hope to work with the proponents and others to find a path that's amenable. Thank you.
Representative Nab, will you take questions?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Are this solution, it seems like there's a problem. It also seems like there's a conflict within this problem. So are the proposals you have legislative solutions, or is that rulemaking to work on the building codes?
I'm not that familiar with these processes, but my understanding is the Building Code Review Board is the one that hears proposals for amendments to the building code. And I believe that ultimately the legislature has to approve the building code that is recommended by the Building Code Review Board.
Okay, thank you.
Question. It was raised before, suggested that your group does not give alternatives for use of different lumber, like the S and the regular. Is that true, or do you actually give alternatives or options to the buyer or to the builder or the whoever?
We can. I know TF Moran and Tom Lamb have done so in an effort to promote the use of the lumber. It's more work, and most of our clients don't want to pay for us to design something two ways. So there's extra work involved with designing it twice. So that's why we support, if there's a preference, to know what ingredients we're using to create a recipe to start with. If we're being told by legislation that we should give preference to this particular ingredient when we're working on a state-funded project, for example, then sure, we only have to design it once and we're using a product that's in the legislation.
Thank you. Any other questions for the speaker? We'll go to Representative DuPont, then Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Daniel. I'm looking at your printout here, and section 5 says engineers can properly and safely utilize SPFS in their designs. But you're saying you don't do it because of the grading?
Right. It's because it's embedded in the building code. It's my understanding is currently more expensive. The lumber retailers, it's difficult to because my understanding is the history of the grading rules are such that the business around New Hampshire grown lumber makes it more difficult for it to be stocked by lumber suppliers. It's not embedded in the building code as well. There are prescriptive tables in the building code that allow not just engineers, but again, home builders to look up in the code the species of wood that they want to use and how far it can span when they're using it for wall studs or a house floor joist, for example. And spruce pine fir grown in Canada is part of those prescriptive tables. The spruce pine fir south grown in New Hampshire in the United States is not included in those tables. So
if we just change the building codes, you use that lumber?
not solely. If material suppliers say it's too expensive, it's not available, folks, so that would be a motivation for us. That would make it more likely. Let me put it that way for us to use it.
That's reading here. But then you say, then in another sentence, you say it's potentially unsafe.
It's potentially unsafe to equate the two because in some ways, it's 5 to 10% weaker than the Canadian group. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm confused about the problem that you're bringing up. What I heard is that if it's a New Hampshire project, which is a New Hampshire state project, which is preferring New Hampshire, let's say labeled SPF, then you're like, okay, that's what we've got to use, and we know what the criteria is, so we can design to it. Okay, so we're not talking about New Hampshire state projects now. We're talking about something else you're doing, maybe for something in another state, or maybe it's a commercial project in New Hampshire or something like that. And so you are grading, or you're recommending based on the structural integrity of SPF as is known, and say, okay, we're specifying SPF here. But what I am trying to get at is, it doesn't appear to me that we can commingle, the mills can commingle the wood to put on the commercial market to sell to sell as a commodity, because they won't be able to grade it as SPF without risking sort of the license of their mills. So is there really a problem here, or is it something that you're worried about? Like, how can you be held liable by specifying SPF and somebody buying SPF?
Could you boil that question down again? I'm sorry.
I tried to do it at the end there. Like, it sounds to me like you specify based on SPF. You specify the criteria based on SPF, and the source of the wood is immaterial. It's based on the grading. So where is the risk to, for example, a structural engineering organization?
Sure. The risk, the way the bill is currently written, is that it conflicts the building code. So what it says is that if I decided to use, because it was best for the project, and it often is again because the Canadian spruce pine fir is mainstream and less expensive at the moment. If I decide to use that, select that material because it's most economical or because I want to, whatever the case may be, it allows the language allows for whomever, whether it's the material supplier, the owner, the contractor, to say, oh, well, he said I can use SPF. The bill says I can just replace it with the spruce pine fir south that's graded in New Hampshire. And it may be weaker, it may be stronger, it may be the same as the Canadian one that I specified. So now it's been replaced with something that's different. And as engineers, we're okay if you tell me from the beginning, you need to use New Hampshire grown lumber for this state funded project. Okay, we will design accordingly, and we'll use the right sizes and then the right number of them, and we'll use them, and we'll use that wood. So again, no opposition to giving preference to this lumber. It's the equating of the two that we have a problem with.
Anyone else? Representative Tremblay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious, what safety factor ratio would you engineer when, designing a structure? What ratio? 5 to 1,
It's not a simple question. When it comes to lumber, it depends on how the lumber is being used. There's a number of factors, so it actually can vary.
Typically,
I can't give you a typically. I'd be happy to follow up on something like that. But you're right. There's always factors of safety built into what we're doing.
Thank you for answering my question.
Anyone else?
Sorry for not answering your question.
Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We had another card, Jason Stock, in support of the bill. Miraculously appeared.
Going to be point. My name may
You
appear
may be our last speaker.
graded on, carved into one of these chairs, and then I know I've spent way too much time here haranguing you poor folks. For the record, I'm Jason Stock, Executive Director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association, and we represent sawmills and forest products landowners, and we represent softwood mills. And we are in support of this bill. This bill is incredibly targeted. When you read the bill, you're looking at softwood in New Hampshire above 44 degrees north latitude. You're talking spruce, principally. White pine does grow north of there, but that's not a structural species. White pine's used usually as a paneling type product and is not a structural species. And the other piece of this is that the timber, Roman 2, the timber still needs to meet all the applicable structural and visual grading requirements for SPF. So what we're talking about is an SPF board that still meets the SPF standard. We also especially like the Roman 3, which is the preference piece that Representative Darby had mentioned earlier. We think that is, and that is also, I believe the amendment as well it's in there as well. The process, and you've heard some bits and pieces here. We're looking at the Northeast. If you think of kind of the Lake States east and kind of north of Pennsylvania, Virginia. You start getting into Virginia, you start getting into your southern pine species, southern yellow pine, and some of those others. So we're talking about that top right quarter of the state of the country. And they're correct. What you've heard is correct. When they do the sampling, you're looking at different species. And again, we're talking softwood structural. Canada has the black spruce. The other piece that we have is red pine. Red pine, I love all trees. I even love red pines, but red pine structurally isn't as sturdy as even white pine, really. And so when you do the sampling and the averages, that's what happens. So that's how you get the outcome that we have here. The folks at NELMA, the Northeast Lumber Manufacturers Association, who's a third party that does this, you have to pick a line. In this case, they picked a political boundary. We think a latitude, I think it is. Yep, latitude is more than appropriate because what we're talking about are biological plants, and they respond not to political boundaries but to growing systems or growing conditions. So I think the bill, I think it's certainly gotten the attention of the engineering community, as have the other bills in the Senate. There's clearly, and as Representative Knabb astutely pointed out, there's clearly an issue here. I see this bill as a very targeted attempt to try and look at New Hampshire and New Hampshire lumber. And it still has that provision that, okay, you still have to meet the standard, the SPF standard. That's how I read it. So again, with that, I'll conclude my testimony, and I'll be happy to try to answer any questions about this subject and the dark art of lumber grading. So thank you.
Any questions of Mr. Stock? Mr. Darby, Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks again, Mr. Stock, for taking my question. Have you seen the amendment that seems to remove the language about the latitude from the actual bill and only include it in the statement of finding, the purpose?
I did see the amendment. We did support the amendment when it was Senate Bill, I think it was referenced earlier, 503. We supported that as well. Again, I didn't, I'll be perfectly honest. I know the purposes section is in here. I did not, since I haven't confirmed that it's word for word for the amendment, but it's my understanding it is. But nevertheless, we supported it when it was in the Senate. Again, we feel that there's enough of the conditions in there that and protections in there on that, plus the preference or best efforts clauses we thought were worth pursuing.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Stark. And now I have another card. But he doesn't say whether he's for or against, but I know he will when he takes the witness stand. Curtis Barry, New Hampshire Retail Lumber Association, for or against?
Mr. Chair, it's a nuanced answer, if I may be permitted, and I apologize for dragging out your afternoon. But my name is Curtis Barry. I represent a group called the New Hampshire Retail Lumber Association. They're better known as building material suppliers. So you would picture Lavalley's, Bell-Tate's, Benson Lumber, those companies. Because the building material suppliers, the lumber retailers were invoked earlier in the testimony, I wanted to respond by telling you the circumstance or the impact to the people that I represent that the current situation has on them. Because engineer drawings appear to a builder or sent to a builder and just say SPF, when, as the sponsor referenced, it could be studs where SPFS could perfectly be suited. They're forced, in some cases, to stock 2 full lumber yards of lumber, one with SPFS and one with SPF. And there was a lot said, there's a lot that we could get into. It's not a matter of mixing the grades, because once you mix it at a job site, the pieces would be intermingled and nobody's going to look for one over the other. It's a problem for the retailers as well. And I hope you recognize that and take steps to do what we can in the state level to fix the problem. I know that wasn't clear, and I fill out my card in haste.
That was going to be my next question. I can't. Are you basically saying you have no position on this, or are you for or against the amendment?
The group, yeah, I haven't seen the amendment.
Oh, okay.
The group did not take a position on this particular piece of legislation. Senator Rochford, one of his bills in the Senate, they asked for and wrote the language for. I guess the bottom line of my point, Mr. Chairman, is it was suggested that passing this bill would be a problem for the lumber retailers. The current situation is a problem for the lumber retailers. I hope that sums it up well enough.
So it wouldn't change.
I'm sorry?
It wouldn't change.
Passing the bill would benefit their circumstance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Nab.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I mean, do you agree with the fact that this will cause a conflict with the federal grading standards?
I think what I agree with is the arbitrary nature of the current grading system. And if we can find a way to fix the problem where engineers can recognize and use SPFS when it's appropriate in a building design, that may force the hand of the lumber grading. I mean, I'm answering to the best of my ability, understanding the system that's in place, but the system that's in place just doesn't seem logical.
Representative Bridle, did you have a question?
No. I was
No.
just gonna recommend, I didn't know, sorry.
Oh, I didn't, because it was nice of you to cover. Anyone else have a question of the speaker? I don't see any. Thank you for your
Thank you for your patience.
testimony. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on HB 1204? Second call. Anyone else wishing to speak? Yes. You seem guys like to do that today. So yeah, we'll have the sponsor come up one more time. You get to ask him another question, Representative Darby, and I know that's the only reason you want him up.
You missed it. You missed it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for indulging me. Thank you again, Representative Davis. So this amendment's a lot different than the bill.
Yes.
This amendment says you're going to design says that we're going to design to SPF standards as opposed to SPF standards, and therefore it really alleviates all of any concerns I had about sort of mislabeling SPF, and it takes out the latitude provision. So I think this is fine. Like, if this is what we want to do in New Hampshire, is basically have the building codes set to SPFS as opposed to SPF. But I just wanted to ask you, is that what you meant to do by this amendment? Because that's why the way I'm reading it, which is not the way we've discussed most of the bill so far in testimony.
I believe it's on page 1, somewhere at the bottom. It does,
True, but page 1 is just the statement of purpose. It's page 2, which has all the
Okay.
change.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. No, this was the reason for the amendment. There was a few things I worked it over with some people in the industry, and this was the way they guided me. Right.
So, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
So I'll ask one more time. Anyone else to speak on HB 1204? HB 1204. Close the hearing and see what's online, the blue sheets.
0 support, 3 opposed. We have 6 in support.
Okay, thank you. So the hearing's closed. I believe we're meeting again next week. We'll probably be execing some bills next week, so look at your calendar. And we'll be having some hearings. And then the following week, we should be able to finish everything. That would be, I think, what, the 18th? So hopefully, if we're on track, we'll finish all of our hearings, bills, and execing by the 18th. So we're going to meet all the deadlines. And everybody's working hard, so I appreciate that. Just
Want to accept this now?
no. The question was, do I want to exec this bill now? Yeah, no. Sorry, Representative Davis. Nice try.